All right, hello, my friends, and welcome on into session number 51 of The Wildlands. We are in for, I would say, a hell of a ride, but I'm not entirely sure what these guys intend on doing today, so it's kind of up to them. But we could potentially be in for a hell of a ride, so please remember that I don't pay a whole lot of attention to stream chat when I am DMing, because these five wonderful players do require a lot of my time and attention, which is excellent. So, sit back, relax, enjoy us for the next 4 hours, and then we'll go about our business for the rest of the weekend. Thank you all for being here. Uh-oh, part of the heater died, so we have no heat. Oh, that's no good. Okay, hey, Torin, no problem. We appreciate you being in regardless, and I do hope that you get that situation resolved sooner than later, because that fucking sucks. Alright, guys, here we go. Okay, session number 51, my friends. First of all, good morning to those of you in the morning zones, and good, late fucking afternoon to the African in the UK. Alright. So. Is that them? Do I hear screaming?
It's birds. You might hear laughter.
Okay.
Ryan, but I can hear birds more.
No, it's definitely not birds I was hearing. It was child screaming.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. So, February 2024, Part 1. So, the group, you, fought bravely and destroyed the Draco Lich. You did. You did very good. It was getting a little dicey there towards the end, but you done good. Afterwards, the crystal in the rear of the room flashed, and the gnomish, quote-unquote, corpse in the bloodbath sat up and began begging to be heard out. The small man introduced himself as Octavius, whom you happen to be looking for. He told the group that he was indeed a lich, but he only cared about the proper preservation of the dead and not so much all of the crazy, kooky, evil shit that is typically associated with lichdom. The group spoke with Octavius for quite a while, including some very special one-on-one time with him and Bloodmane. The group was then gifted with quite a bounty, honestly, including some magical armor and top-tier scrolls, literally tier 9 scrolls. Afterward, the group slept and then teleported to the Grove of the Circle of the Shepherd. They spoke with Falcona and were asked to make a big decision regarding the sanctity of the Grove. And that's where we left off. I know there was a lot of little individual beats inside of that last session, but as a whole, it was spent defeating the Draco Lich, talking with Octavius, and then teleporting back to the Grove, where you had a brief discussion with Falcona, whom, by the way, we'll be picking up just after Falcona had left. Winnie, Sybil, and Bloodmane have just entered, the main chamber, sat down, began eating, or at least one of them did, and Falcona popped in and kind of gave you guys this rundown, which was, look, pretty much addressing Winnie, but kind of to the group. She said, listen, according to our sources, which she said were birds, for whatever the fuck that's worth in the Druid world, or any world. The Worldbreaker is on a path of destruction right now, and is making its way towards the Grove of the Circle of the Shepherd, which happens to be here. She told you that the Worldbreaker should be arriving in, I believe it was 6 to 10 days. Let me just double check that. Yeah, we'll call it 4 to 10 days, somewhere in that range, based on how things are kind of looking. Oh no, I do have it written as 6 to 10 here. That's interesting. Okay, anyways. So, and essentially she said, listen, we need to get the hell out of here. I don't know what we're going to do, but I have an idea. She said she had spoken to Winnie's grandfather, who is the original Circle of the Shepherd Archdruid, but he currently exists in the Feywild. He said he knows of a way, and they know of a way, to take the Grove, because of its magical nature, through the power of the Archdruid and the Archdruid alone, and shift it, essentially do a mass plane shift, and temporarily or possibly permanently move it from the prime material to the Feywild. So that way, obviously, the Worldbreaker's on the prime material, can't destroy the Grove if it comes by. Unfortunately, she said that the only way for her to be able to do this is by draining the energy that remains in the heart of a naturally very, very evil creature. Thankfully, you're hunting one of those. Unfortunately, she's not entirely sure how the fuck to get there. But thankfully, you have ways. So, that's where we're picking up now. She's just kind of giving you this information. I believe if she hadn't already told you, then this is just a little small retroactive piece of information. But she did tell you that there is a way, there is a gate inside of the grove, deeper into the woods, that allows for planar travel. It has only been used one time, and that was when the Archdruid of the Circle of the Shepherd from the Feywild, Winnie's grandfather, came to visit you guys. However, it could technically be reprogrammed to get you somewhere else, but you would have to investigate that on your own time. So, with that being said, my friends, let's go ahead and kick off this wonderful session. Just so we are clear, it is about 10:30 a.m. on the... What? Oh, sorry, I thought she just yelled... I thought she just told me to be quiet, and I was like, what the fuck? We're about to get the wiffle bats out and have a fucking round of beady uppy. I think that's what they call them, Bluey. So it's Tuesday the 28th of Jury, 10:30 in the morning. Any questions, comments, or clarifications? Perfect. Okay, so with that being said, we find ourselves in the Grove of the Circle of the Shepherd. Falcona has just turned around and walked into the plant wall that is creating this circular chamber, and she just, like, her body just broke down into particles, and she kind of vanished into the foliage. So, what would you guys like to do?
I think, so Winnie would turn over to Emig and Sybil, as I believe they're both in there, and, well, we should probably talk with Ulrich and Gartok. We have to get this guy anyway, but getting everybody to a safe place, or safer, at least, would be ideal.
I'm in agreement.
Sybil nods.
Alright, let's see if we can find them. Winnie would head out to try to see if she can find Gartok and Ulrich.
You immediately sense their presence, as when you are in this grove, like I've said before, you are attached to every living creature, and you know exactly their location, and the trees and foliage bend out of the way for you to get to them in the most direct path. For you to go from one edge of your grove all the way across to the other takes you less than 2 minutes.
Okay.
You alone.
Right. So, yeah, she would take advantage of that and, get to Ulrich first.
Sure, so Ulrich and Gartok, I believe, were going around and kind of assisting soldiers and talking, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Casey and Lucy?
Yeah.
I think Gartok was going around trying to get familiar with the area, because this is a new place and strange area to him.
Sure. And then Ulrich, you were assisting where you could with military personnel? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, Ulrich, you go about your business just on the exterior of the camp where all of the tents and stuff are set up. There's, as you begin to walk into the woods, the grove recognizes you and does move a little bit out of the way, but it's just it's like on a crowded subway platform or a train station platform where people just kind of move their shoulders, whereas Winnie, they bow backwards out of the way. They will uproot themselves and move if she begins to walk towards them. Gartok, you very quickly get lost. As the woods begin to slowly kind of move, you think to yourself, I don't remember seeing a trail here, but there's a trail here now, so I might as well follow it. And the grove just fucking toys with you and just essentially has you doing like these zigzags and spirals until you get to a small clearing, Gartok. It opens up, and in the center of the small clearing there's a pool of water. And as you begin to approach the pool of water, as you find it kind of odd that it's just randomly here with the sun beaming down on it, suddenly from the opposing side of the clearing, a tree splits in two pieces and Winnie's body just materializes out of it.
So, as she like steps out of the tree,
Gartok like visibly jumps back because he just saw Winnie split a tree in half.
Gartok, we know our next step. If you want to head back, we want to get everybody on the same page. I can show you the way back.
Okay. Was lost. Confusing.
It can be. It's part of the defense of the area. So she would lead him back. Sake of brevity, we'll just get everybody together, like in that little area. Unless there's something else you wanted to do. Okay. Yeah. So she would just get everybody back to the center area.
Okay. All right. So Winnie kind of leads you back through the woods, and now you kind of see the secrets that kind of unfold before you, Lucy, as she begins to just walk like into a tree, and the tree just like stands up and fucking shifts to the side and lets her through, and you're like, okay. Anyways, you guys get back to the central chamber here, your little meeting chamber. As Bloodmane has been polishing off fish after fish, it actually, like, because the plates are made of wood, from the wood materializes like these small vines, and as the vines kind of like wrap themselves together, they slowly create shapes, larger shapes, and from inside the shapes you can see steam rising, and all of a sudden you smell onions being sauteed, and you're trying to figure out what exactly is going on. And as the vines peel away, holy shit, there's another fresh fish. It's kind of awkward that a plant created that, but hey. Anyways, so you guys find yourself back here. Winnie finally comes in with Gartok and Ulrich, and you guys sit down. As you guys sit down, just to give you a refresher about who Falcona is, the Dryad, she kind of rematerializes coming out from behind Ulrich, and kind of like taking her place, standing, her feet buried kind of in the soft earth and kind of gliding as she walks. She approaches the table and she looks around at everybody who is here, and she kind of nods to Winnie.
So Falcona has a it's kind of twofold. One, in order to protect everybody in the grove, we can move the entire grove to a different plane. In order to do that, we do need to track down a being who is so evil. Just basically the guy that we're going after, we need to go after for this too. But it's a ritual that we would do to move the grove to a safe space so that when the Worldbreaker comes this way, everybody who's here for safety is actually safe. She just kind of looks around at the group.
Just nod and continue to eat.
Is there anybody who is opposed to doing this for any reason?
How many can we try and get as many people as we can? Like pull in people that aren't already here, or is there a limit to what we can bring?
I mean, I guess it would just... She'd look over at Falcona. It's the grove as a whole, not the number of people. Is that correct?
Falcona kind of nods and she says, Yes, as I understand it, so long as the Grove is capable of being home to any number of individuals, they would come with. Now, they would also unfortunately be stuck unless shifted back, but if the military forces arrive from the southern battles before you shift, they should come too. And if I may, the respite that they require after the losses they took may be very beneficial having them with us anyways. Now, so long as anybody knows A, how to plan our travel, and B, where we will be, they can get to us if they'd like. I'm sure by now, and she kind of cocks her head at Winnie, you can plane shift, can you not, Archdruid Winfina?
I'm able to pierce the veil, but I haven't tried shifting planes exactly.
Well, thankfully we do have a gate. It would have to match with a gate opposite of it on another plane, but surely your contacts somewhere have something that you can utilize in order to traverse from the Feywild here. All I can say for sure, with 100% certainty, is that we need to do this sooner or later, or we need to flee, or we need to stand and prepare to fight, and assuredly die.
Well, I think this is the best choice. I know we've got 6 days or so until the World Breaker's here. How long do we remember did it take the army to get down to the Hags area?
We discussed this briefly when you arrived, but they should be back by this Thursday, so in a day and a half or so.
Okay, so that should give us time to prepare for the ritual. To bring the grove back, I suppose I need to know that part as well. Is it a timed thing, or do I have to do the ritual a second time, or how does that work?
You shouldn't have to do the ritual a second time, as the effects would be temporary. However, in the effects being temporary, you can choose for permanent solidification on the Feywild when the end of the transference magic, when it comes to its conclusion. Should you refute it, it would remain permanently in the Feywild and allow your forces to traverse via gate or mass teleportation. Should you choose to bring it back, though, obviously, that is your choice.
Okay, understood.
Well, she kind of points out to the lot of you, your choices.
I think as long as there's a way to get back, I'm not as concerned. The portal, or the doorway portal, whatever we want to call it, is helpful. Okay, so I say that we should wait for the forces to get back since we have the time. It'll give us a chance to prepare and see if there's anything else we can help with around here. And then I think we should do it as soon as possible. We need to go get the guy, what's his name?
Winnie?
Yes.
All of what I know about the Feywild has come from stories, so I apologize for this. But if time passes differently there, how are we going to know if we spend a night and rest there that 3 months of the World Breaker running havoc, or running unchecked, hasn't passed?
Falcona begins to laugh as you ask the question, and she just kind of puts a finger up and she says, amateurs who attempt to traverse the Feywild fear time unraveling before they have a chance to experience it. But you, dear Sybil. Travel with the Archdruid of the Circle of the Shepherd, and she can ferry you safely between the realms of the Feywild and the Prime Material. I promise you.
Yep. Sybil just inclines her head, is like, yep, okay. With a little more respect than that.
Just, fuck this bit. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
So I guess for us, is there anything that you all need to do before we go after this guy? I think the sooner we do that, the better, because then we're prepared for when the forces return.
So, Falcona speaks up again momentarily, and she says, with all due respect, Archdruid, we still don't know where this entity exists, but we have a gate we can program to get to him. Do you or any of your companions or allies happen to have any personal effects of this demon lord? Anything we can utilize to titillate the gate, to open a mirror to his realm? Anything that either belonged to him, knows of him?
She's thinking through everything that we have.
Well, he is a fiend or demon, so we have his name, so that's definitely something. Names with demons are a big thing.
You're correct about that, but from what I've gathered, he has hidden himself away in a hybrid sub-dimension of the Feywild in one of the layers of hell. So unless we have something that has been in that space, it's going to be very difficult to accurately find it. But yes, you're right, Ulrich. A name carries great weight with those who live in the hells.
Trying to think if there was anything we got from Octavius that he specifically mentioned.
In a very odd movement as you are sitting here, you notice Falcona, for the first time, kind of take a relaxed stance. Her shoulders go down. She holds her hand out, and her index finger grows a single, large, dark blue berry. She plucks it, and then she eats it. What in the hell's going on?
I thought they were taking him to the bathroom. It was just
Okay.
Nobody really? We just had like 8 hours of this dungeon and nobody has anything.
So Winnie's going to be looking through the stuff that we got from the dungeon.
The only thing I can think of is that the statue was one of his imps.
Oh, there's somebody smart. Guys, I'll be right back while you all collaborate. This is going to sound really weird, but we had Polish sausage imported, being delivered, and I need to go grab it so it doesn't get destroyed.
Yeah, that would make sense if that was one of his imps.
Because he said he sent his imps after him and they took a bite out of his face or something. That's all I can remember from them having an interaction when they both went and grabbed one of the gems.
Right, I do have that. And he was, I don't know if it's, I know that Falcona said it has to be either, a possession of his or something that's been to where he's been, so the crystal wouldn't work. Which
No.
was my initial thought.
Unless all the crystals are linked in one way or another. But I don't think
Right.
they're that intricate.
So I guess we could try to go back and talk with Octavius.
Could
That-
you
Or just send him a message even.
I'll say going back and forth would be 2 days worth of having to rest, me having to rest because I can't do that.
But you can
multiple times
send
a day.
messages, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not as fun. Just so I can just to be clear, you said that Falcona like ate a berry off of her arm.
Off of her finger. She grew it off of her finger. She plucked it, and then she. You recognize it as a good berry.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe send the message. I need our brains to be brainstorming here, everybody. If we're gonna send the message, then let's send the message because the sooner we can get out there, the better.
Winnie, make a survival check with advantage, as this is your place of power. Oh, guess you didn't really need the advantage, did you? Okay. Winnie, you know, just FYI, that you have about a week. So not this up. So you again, it is Tuesday the 28th. This upcoming weekend begins Friday the 31st, and then we move into Ogtet. You know with 100% certainty, being in your place of power, that the beginning of the next full moon happens on the 7th of Ogtet. It's coming. Just FYI.
With that knowledge, well, would I know if never mind. I think I answered my own question.
I have a unrelated but still related thought. How long do the rituals of expansion take?
Falcona stops and thinks. She says, "The ritual of expansion? You mean expanding the physical borders of the grove?"
That was what we were wanting to do initially when we came back. Yes.
Ah, yes. Give me one moment.
I think it's 2 weeks.
Do you guys remember? Do you remember what tier you're on? Are you tier 2 right now?
We're 2 right now, yeah.
Tier 2. Okay, so to go from 2 to 3 for this will require 10,000 gold, and it requires 2 to 3 is it will require 100 days to upgrade, unless there is additional magic or support of some sort. That is assuming that you're just using a base, which for Grove expansion is just Falcona. Now, I can touch on that later. There may be a reduction in that, but as of right now, it is 100 days.
Yeah, so 100 days is what it would take.
Okay, so that's not something that could happen first then. Secondary question.
Just so you're aware, those things can happen in coinciding activities, I suppose. You can, like, I can begin the ritual anytime. It obviously takes a while, so.
We should, before we start moving on anything else really, if we are going to shift the grove, should we not send word to any of our allies essentially to ask them to come here for safety? Those who are in places that the World Breaker has not yet visited?
Well, yes, we should definitely be communicating with people. I agree.
But if they have to travel, we should probably send word out before we go elsewhere.
Everything should be done sooner than later right now, yes. We just need to all be actively using our resources, I guess.
What ritual moving? Just kill evil?
Could you hear that, or should I move closer to my mic?
I missed part of it. I was trying to piece it together.
Sorry, my mic's a bit further away than usual. Apologize.
Okay.
What ritual moving need? Just kill evil?
No. Actually, we have to get the still beating heart of a creature born of corruption that resides in the Feywild, which is just so happens to be the same guy we're after, Zraxium, I believe.
Zeraxium Telionis.
So
I mean this. I apologize, Winnie. I mean this in the most respectful way. Now that we've all heard his name, let's not say it out loud until we're going to use it, especially not in a place that we don't want him to suddenly show up in.
fearing his name gives him more power.
Using his name
Gives
gives
us
him
more
power.
power.
To be fair, if he shows up, it would just save us time.
Falcona, by the way, she does kind of like underhandedly point a finger at Sybil, and she goes,
How long heart beat?
I'm not entirely sure how we get it without... the way that this will work, because of what he is and where he is, I believe, is when we take him down, we need to make sure that we cut his heart out and bring it with us, and it will last a certain amount of time. And in that time, we need to do the ritual.
Gartok will kind of point at himself and go,
Can cut heart.
Great. I've not done anything like that before, so...
Sorry, David, I've never cut the heart out of a magic. Gartok's obviously never cut the heart out of a magical creature before.
no, the most...
Creature.
No, like the most magical creature I would assume Gartok would have cut the heart out of would be like maybe a manticore, maybe like once ever that the entire tribe put their effort into murdering.
Yeah, probably. Do I maybe know how long something like that could last?
How long? What? The cutting, the action of cutting a heart out, or how long?
No, the beating could continue with outside the heart.
Ooh, make an Arcana check. Well, yeah, because you're asking about a magical creature, right?
I was more just asking creatures in general, but yeah.
Oh, creatures in general? Make a survival check.
I like that one more.
Well, we'll see. There you go.
27, you are 100% sure that as soon as a heart from a normal creature is cut out of it, it is immediately inert.
Gartok will kind of look towards I guess, Winnie, the others, and go,
If heart cut, it stop beating.
I believe the hope is that because of what this creature is, that won't happen. Again, I've never done anything like this before.
Falcona said that it would last for some time afterwards. I don't think that's the concern, the biggest concern. If we move with some haste after, we should be fine on that.
It'll beat for 12 hours. We have 12 hours from what Falcona and I just had discussed.
Which should be enough time for Auric to teleport? That was a teleport spell you did, yes?
Yeah. It's a little risky when it's between planes, but
Well, there's a gate,
We have a
Falcona says.
gate.
Well, there's a gate that will be getting you there, so I assume the gate can get you back. I assume.
do
Even
too.
better. I like that more than unknown. Risky.
We just need to So I think that the first step would be reaching out to Octavius. First of all, finding out if anything that he gave us already was touched by, belonged to, shared the same room as that creature. If not, then we need to find out how. I mean, if the plan is that imp, then how are we planning on bringing that to the gate so that it can be properly changed?
He might be able to help get it delivered. You might have an idea on that.
Well, we're not going to overdrive. I'm been spending some time working out the exact phrase, so just give me a minute and I'll send a message off to him.
Sorcerer shit.
Is evil heart in same place?
Gartok will probably like point towards his heart.
That is a very good question. Looks to Falcona.
Falcona nods and she says, you said that you were searching for this creature, and as it happens, it does fit the necessary requirements as well for my rituals, so this seems like a win-win situation to me. Kill 2 demons with 1 blade.
I think, and Gartok, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding you, but asking if its heart is in the same location as one would expect within its chest.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you were talking about the tasks. I don't know that answer. I am not experienced in the realms of demonology. But boy, isn't there a
This
book
can be a
called
long
Dabbling in
shot.
Demons?
Is there any chance I've heard a story that might
If there is, I
suggest something about demon heart locations? Absolutely a long shot.
Give me a sec.
I'm just gonna go off the theory that Gartok doesn't even actually know what the hell a demon is, so...
Do you have the Dabbling in Demons, or is that gone now?
I'm hoping demons were the villains of enough of our troop stories that...
Make a history check.
Okay. No.
So, as you're kind of like running through your head, you do remember that at one point in time, you guys had picked up this awesome fucking book called Dabbling in Demons, A Beginner's Guide to Demonology and Those Creatures That Exist in the Hells, which is the full title of the name. But you don't know where the fuck that book is right now. And you do remember picking it up in the Tower of the Archmagi.
Might be one of the ones that's on the bottom of the ocean.
It's either in the bottom of the ocean or it disappeared with Azaki, I guess we can still call him.
Azaki did not take anything with him, except for just like basic monk shit.
So then
and
it got
weapons.
turned into dust, possibly as well. Okay, well, I know I didn't read that book, unfortunately.
I might if I'm checking my notes. It's gonna take me a minute though.
Well, while you're looking in that book, I'm going to go ahead and send a message to Octavius. With sending, the message will be, "Good afternoon, Octavius. Is there any chance that any of the items you gifted to us might have belonged to Zalaxum Talonis?" I'm going to butcher that name every single time I say it.
Okay, so you feel the static kind of flickers to life as you finish your incantation, begin to whisper the message, and you feel it connect. There's a kind of a pause, and then you feel the static pick back up in your mind, and you receive a response. Well, good something day to you. Nobody's reached out to me in quite some time. This is odd. No, the only thing I have of the demons is the imp. And then you feel the static.
Yeah, none of the stuff he gave us belonged to him, only the imp. I can ask him if there's a chance we could borrow the imp.
Maybe let him know it might not be borrowing. I don't know what happens when we have to use it, if it's a sacrifice or just a pinpoint.
True.
Be honest up front.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Our plan is to borrow it, but that may not be the case. So. Okay, let me just formulate message number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid
And
word.
also, we need to know how we would get it. That should be part of your message too, so that way you're not having to send a third.
Anybody else doing anything during this time that I should take note of?
I don't think during this time. I think Gartok's just gonna go over, I guess, how to cut out a heart in his head and just run through his experience.
Yeah, the only thing Winnie would be doing is any books that we had, she would have checked to see if it was the demon book, but I know it's not. But that's what she would be doing.
I have maybe 2 things. The first thing, Winnie, is if we have a question, it's possible I can ask and get an answer. The other thing is that maybe we should rejoin with Berdiccio Timbers, stock up on what we need before we go, and possibly die.
Probably not a bad idea. What do you mean, asking a question and getting answers?
What is our number 1 question right now?
I mean, I guess if we know the exact location of where he is, that would be helpful. I know it's a pocket plane, but I don't know if we need more precision than that or if the item itself will do it.
Let me think on it. I'll be back in a while.
What?
Bloodmaid's going to just kind of like nod for a second and kind of stand up, brush the crumbs of fish off his beard here, and kind of walk off to the periphery.
Okay.
Winnie would kind of sit down in her seat, defeated.
The second he's gone, Sybil's gonna be. Did that feel as strange to anyone else?
It's getting less and less strange for this group.
Gartok shakes his head, completely normal.
We could see if any of our arcane friends, shall we say, studied under or the lessons of the author of that book we had at one point. I think that might be one that was destroyed, but
Do you know the author's name?
Nali Bren, Conjurer to the Bitter End.
Maybe that's the question Emig should be asking.
Well, he's doing Emig things, I think.
Well, to be fair, worst case scenario, we cut open the demon and we have to rummage around in it for an extra little while till we find a heart. There's only so many places it can hide. Oh, I can get the gist off to Octavius that is there a chance we can use the statue? But we intend to borrow it, but it might be consumed. I've pared the wording down fairly well. I can't get a request or an ask to have it to how we can get it from him. I'll have to be a third message,
That's fine.
which is fine. I still have plenty of energy to such I could send a lot of messages if I had to in a day.
I don't doubt that, but let's make sure that we don't find ourselves in trouble before.
Okay, this is going to be another odd question, but speaking as someone who doesn't regularly cast magical spells, is there a limitation to it?
What do you mean?
to these messages. Obviously, they have to be brief, but going cross planes, is that something that they can do?
I still don't think they can go cross. There's a chance it won't work if they go cross planes, but no amount of distance can really get in the way. It's just the only limitation is literally, 20-ish words can get. You can get 20-ish words out before the magic fades and sends the spell off.
Interesting.
All right. So, message number 2. Casting sending to Octavius. Trying to track the bastard down. Is there a chance we can use that statue? Intent is to borrow it, but it might be consumed.
Okay. You feel the spell take hold, and you feel the response kind of rising up. And you hear Octavius say,
No, you can't have my imp. That's my treasure. I gave you plenty. However, I can take the soul out of it and put it in a stone for you.
So he won't let us have the imp, but he'll rip its soul out and put it in a stone for us. So, that's a thing.
I love that you just choke through that. Like,
I mean, I guess if it's stuck in a stone or stuck in statue.
A metal statue? Yeah, either. I mean, it's an evil creature to begin with. I'm still a little queasy about it, but
The stone is arguably more mobile.
yeah, we don't have to lug around a.
Okay, so
Bronze.
then we need to find out how we'll get the stone then? I have a feeling he's not going to give us free delivery.
No, I don't think so.
We might be able to ask Mylar, Ezekiel, one of theirs, if they have any that aren't actively recovering, to pick it up for us.
Or we just buy a couple scrolls from Berdicio. We just throw money at the problem. I teleport, then teleport back.
Can't take it with you.
I will never get used to that.
Truthfully, the only thing I care about is being able to improve the growth when we're done, because we're going to have more people and we're going to need more space. Outside of that, I don't care what money we spend on what.
All right, let me get another message off to Octavius, and then find Berdicio and try and procure maybe a bulk discount.
okay.
Let me type out the wording again because I can't count in my head.
While sending spells are happening, I'm going to go grab coffee so I can think through this.
I gotcha. Do it.
I'm going to get in contact with my patron.
Yes. In what method would you like to do that?
I think through the tome.
Perfect. Okay, so you're going to use one of the invocations? Or the contact patron?
Yeah.
Okay. So you flip the book open to the newly discovered page, the contact patron ritual, and you begin to incant. As you do, the words kind of spill off the page, and water literally whelms up in the center of the page and begins to bubble over, creating almost this barnacle-laden rune on the page by the end of the incantation. And as you put your right hand over the top of that page, you can feel the rough barnacles bite into your skin, and your vision goes black, and you feel the connection open to you and the deep old one. So you can ask your question, a single question concerning a goal, event, or activity.
The bold one, I thank you for your gifts and your guidance. I ask now humbly for your guidance once again. We're looking for... I'm going to butcher this name, by the way. Something Thalionis.
Zeraxium Thelionis.
Seraxium. Okay.
Goddamn demons.
Goddamn demons, dude. My clumsy human tongue.
You gotta add more S's at the end. It's Thelionis.
There you go.
We're not trying to get him here right now. I don't think we're ready yet. So I'm gonna just keep the S's to a minimum on this. So Seraxium Thalionis. How do we find him? We need to destroy him and take his heart.
Give me a moment.
There you are, my sweet little treasure. The one that I think constantly about, slipping to the bottom of the sea, hopefully to eventually meet me. I've heard your question, my boy, and I have an answer. Seek out the gate in the center of the grove. Bring an offering from the plain. Complete the necessary task in order to see the activation through to the end. Enter the gate. Destroy all of its minions. Let none survive. And then find the beast in its filthy ring of mushrooms. Slay it and take its heart.
And Bloodmane, as the end of the at the end of the phrasing, the world kind of suddenly flashes back into existence, and as you look down at the tome, your hand is already coming off of it. It is slamming shut on its own accord, and your mouth is pouring a small, steady stream of salt water before you finally cough the last out of your lungs. Take a deep breath of air like it's the first breath of air you've ever taken, and the spell finishes.
Glad nobody saw that.
You glance kind of like into the tree line, and you see this doe. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, well, looks like we're eating good tonight, because no witnesses.
Just crying as I take out the 12 gauge.
I'm gonna eat every piece, I swear. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up.
If you won't, I'll eat the rest.
It's savage. Alright.
Alright, I'm going to head back to the table.
Okay, perfect. Just make sure that with the stuff we're using, resources we're using, that we're marking up spell slots. This is just a general message to everyone. Okay, so Casey, you had another thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Casting. Third sending of the day. Back again to Octavius. That would actually be much better, and I really appreciate the help. I will be there as soon as I can. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Yep. You do receive a response, and the response is,
Okay. You don't need to come here. I've been scrying on you since you left, so I can just send it to you if you'd like. Just give me a bit to find an acceptable stone.
Well, he's gonna send it. So we do get free delivery. We need that guy Amazon.
hey, you paid the Prime membership, so.
Okay.
Octavius Prime.
That's the name now forever.
All right. Is any but so at about that time, so you finish your spell. Bloodmane was gone for all of like 3.5 minutes. It was very, very fast. And he kind of rejoins the group. He kind of comes back in. As he comes back in, Winnie, Sybil, and Ulrich, go ahead and give me perception checks. Yours is literally 1 point lower than the threshold needed to make the roll, so...
No, I love
Sorry,
it.
Garth.
I wouldn't check anyway.
Ulrich, though, man, that perceptive feat fucking... yeah, so all of you... Sybil actually just barely notices, but the other two 100% notice. As Bloodmane comes back in and sits down, you guys just catch... So he comes back in, kind of seats himself down as you guys are... As Ulrich, excuse me, is finishing his spell. And as that's happening, he kind of puts one hand on the table, and you two notice... Well, all three of you, but again, Sybil, it's kind of like very quick. You're not sure if you saw it, but the other two for sure. You see, like, these 5 or 6 barnacles that are like attached to the back of Bloodmane's hand slowly vanish under his skin, and kind of like scarabs inside of a mummy kind of like zip up his arm and under his sleeve, and they just vanish.
I'll look at Winnie.
Yeah, and Winnie's definitely looking at Emig because she also saw the water situation at the other place in Octavius's room, and she's...
He doesn't seem to notice anything, by the way. Although his clothes are wet. Not completely saturated, but there's like the front of it looks like he like went to take a drink of his water, and the lid of his sippy cup flew off and just splashed him.
I told you to use the crazy straw, but you never listened to me.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so she would definitely be kind of looking Emig up and down, just kind of expectantly.
I've received instruction.
From?
My patron.
See, maybe now is not the time, but you say that like I'm familiar. Who is your patron?
You've always known this. You think I can do what I can do now? Through my own will? No. No, that's not how that works.
You have a very strong will.
It's getting stronger. And it must. I need to know how to control myself foremost. Other things later.
Kevin, there's no reason for Winnie to be able to put anything together as who his patron would be based on what she's seen, is there?
I think this is the first time he's out loud said my patron, but he has mentioned the Deep Old One for years of real world time. I mean, he's been talking about it just in passing, and remember when he wanted to talk to the were guy about the thing, and just make an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
I know, this is nobody's fucking strong point.
Jump stat, baby!
Oh, God!
It's a 6.
Fucking idiot.
At least it's not a 5 when I rolled a 6.
I mean, do with the information what you would do as this character, but he's never, like, just sat everyone down and been like, I am a warlock of the deep old one, and I have a patron who has tentacles. But you guys have, like, seen him fucking creating magical misty duplicates of himself. He summons tentacles, like... The only thing that has been really different about him in the last, like, couple of, like, in-game months of gameplay is that you have not seen him intentionally transform into a wereshark. That's about it.
Okay.
To be fair, you haven't seen him accidentally transform into a wereshark either. He does that in the fucking ocean.
Right, that's true.
Didn't he transform against the hobgoblins? And the hags?
Into a wereshark? I don't think that he actually used his transform in that. No, he raged, but he didn't berserk. Berserk is when he loses himself in shifts. Well, sometimes.
Okay, so your patron, who is giving you all of these powers, has now given you an order. What was the order?
Not an order, a suggestion as to what we do next and how we go about it. We'll try to repeat what he said as closely as I can. Enter the gate in the center of the grove. Bring an offering from the plain. Complete the task in order to see activation through the end. Enter the gate. Destroy all of its minions and let none survive. Find the beast in its filthy ring of mushrooms. Slay it and take its heart. I can't make sense of all of it, but you may understand what this means.
Yeah, we need to get the stone and use it to get the gate to take us where we need to go. Go inside and kill everything we can find. Find him, cut his heart out, and get back here 12 hours after that, so we can perform this ritual. And also, I imagine the crystal should be there. Ulrich is getting... Ulrich reached out to Octavius, and Octavius is going to put the imp spirit into a stone because he doesn't want to part with the statue.
Oh.
My only concern is your patron said to bring an offering from the plain, but from what I understand, the creature we're after, she looked like she was about to say the name and then gave like a sidelong glance at Sybil and stopped herself. This creature that we're going after is on a pocket plane. So, but also the imp was his property.
Suddenly, there is a burst of air that sends the fish and the bread and every piece of cutlery flying off the center of the from the center of the table, as if the blast of air comes straight down, and this ring of energy, which you can now see on the table, made up of gold and red sigils, kind of quickly spirals into existence. Again, the fish, the bread, the fucking butter is all over everybody. Cups have smacked you in the fucking head. Gartok takes a bone to the eye, and all of a sudden, boom, there is this red bloodstone, this red and black bloodstone that hovers for a moment, drops to the center of the table, and then the circle vanishes, and you guys are standing there covered in food with this small gem lying there. And Falcona, who is standing there, she's got like this like almost yellow curry colored gravy splashed all over the side of her face, looks down at it. Why?
Winnie would start like trying to help Falcona clean off her face and stuff, even though she just got smashed in the face with a cup. Ulrich, I think that would be your delivery.
Yep.
Gartok is probably just surprised and immediately jumps into kind of, I guess, attack mode.
Okay, so...
Nothing happened, he'll lower the bow and move forward.
I will...
This the stone you were talking about?
Yeah, I will gingerly pick up Imp Stone.
Okay. As soon as you do so, you feel a vibration in the stone. Ulrich, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Okay, 16's good. As you pick it up and feel the vibration, you kind of open your instinctual senses as a sorcerer. And as you do so, you can kind of hear, like, the off-kilter screeches of an imp inside the stone, kind of in your mind. It calms down as you kind of force the thought out of it, but you recognize this as a soul stone with an imp inside of it.
Yeah, there's definitely something in there. It is not happy. It's not talking to me, by the way. Just as an
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Do you feel compelled to do anything at all, Ulrich?
No, not any more than normal.
Thankfully, there are no cliffs here. Let's get ready to go. Maybe I know that you've used some resources to do the communicating. I don't want to wait too long. How detrimental is the loss of those spells, Ulrich?
Well, I've already used my most powerful spells to fix Gartok's arm, so those are gone. All of my, that's a good chunk of my mid-tier spells as well. So I have, like, 6th circle, 5th circle, 4th circle, 2nd, and 1st. Just no
Okay.
3rds and no 7ths.
So we need to stay here for long enough for you to get a long rest, because we're not gonna go into this without you being fully ready. I think that's setting us up for failure.
Also, wait for our me.
Well, we don't need to. Ideally, the way that this will work is that we'll be able to get our long rest, go kill this guy and cut out his heart, and hopefully find the last crystal, because remember, that is the other part of why we need to find him. Once we accomplish that, we can come back, and hopefully around that time, they'll be returning so that we can get everybody in the grove and move the grove out of danger.
As you started speaking and kept going faster and faster, Gartok his eyes just moved away, more towards the food on the table that's probably appeared again.
So the army will be back in
About
day and a half.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
have 6 days until it's upon us.
So one one day rest, and then we move out tomorrow morning. Then that should be plenty of time to have the army get here, get back, and then in time for us to move.
Okay. So in the
Unless, of
meantime,
course, you all get stuck in the Feywild for longer than expected.
ideally that won't happen, but there's a possibility.
Yay, more doubt.
We need to be real.
I know.
Unfortunately, our wishful thinking from the past has kind of landed us where we are right now, so we need to be as realistic as possible. That being said, Falcona, if that does happen, if something happens to me, there's no Archdruid that could cast the ritual, is there?
No. If you die, your grove withers and decays. And if you do not arrive in time to see yourself through the ritual, every one of your men will be slaughtered, every animal disintegrated, I can assure it. There is a wave of enemy that travels ahead of the Worldbreaker, burning, pillaging, destroying everything they can get their hands on. The Worldbreaker is the least of your worries once they arrive. This grove wouldn't last 5 hours. And with nowhere to flee, we'd have to fight to the last.
Winnie, you know how we're always Ulrich, don't die. I'm amending that. You're not allowed to die.
Well, ideally, none of us are going to die.
But the same effort we put towards making sure he lives, I think you just got bumped up in that list.
Yeah, okay, so I guess just thinking along the lines of my grandfather and his role in the second happening. Is there any way that we could utilize that gate if things hit the fan, so to speak, to get people through? Like to even just, I don't know where we would have them go, but
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
well, I mean, is that how it would work if we had something from the Feywild that we could use the gate as a backup for people to get through?
You want me to open a gate and allow, what, 10,000 people to filter through one by one into a spot in the Feywild that we have no established residence at? That seems very dangerous. If we open ourselves up into Winter Court territory on accident, we'll just all die on the Feywild. The Grove is necessary because it provides protection.
Right, I understand. I was just trying to think of a backup plan.
The backup plan is go sooner than later and ensure that your time is being utilized effectively and that your resources are being utilized effectively. I cannot gather 10,000 humanoid bodies plus every animal within the sanctity of the Grove by myself and filter them into a hostile environment which I would guarantee 99% of the entities passing into have never been to. Not just that, but without the protection of the Grove, they lose the protection of you, which means many of them won't even make the journey. Their bodies will age to dust before they arrive.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like me to, if that's the order you're giving, I will adhere to it, but just know that the sacrifice will be very great.
No, it's not the order I'm giving. Okay, well, we have what we need, so let's do what we have to do here, and as soon as we can go, we're going. Well, as soon as we can go, I'm going.
You can go now. I can take you there whenever you're ready. You tell me.
Well, we need our healer to be ready to heal.
And thus we see our conundrum,
Mhm.
Archdruid.
We should spend part of today sending word to any of the others to gather here, so when we are ready, we can all move safely.
Okay, so Ulrich, you said you used your highest level or your highest circle already, and a lot of the mid.
All of my 3rd tier and all of my 7th are used for the day. I can sacrifice other spells to get some of them back, but it's a trade-off. But
He's got 14 sorcery points. He can use anything he fucking wants right now.
I can't get anything back higher than a 5th level circle spell either way, so the 7th is gone.
True. That is true.
Okay, so, and you know yourself and your abilities. Is that going to be detrimental if we were to go try to do this now?
Absolutely. That's where I would that's where I use Beacon of Hope. That's where some of my that's all my revivifies, so there would be no chance of that.
We are going to try and defeat and then carve the heart out of a being of, and I quote, unspeakable evil. We can't go after that at less than everything we have.
Well, then let's try to replenish and stock up on whatever we can so that we can go handle this as soon as Ulrich is ready.
Falcona nods and says, "Your wish is my command." And she turns and she steps into the wall, and you hear her saying before she vanishes, "Whenever you're ready, see yourself to the heart of the forest, and good luck."
Do we want to go hit up Bardicchio and see what we can replenish?
It's probably not a bad idea. Replenish and maybe even purchase in the first place. Anything that's going to help.
Agreed. Let's go find that little bastard.
Alright, so yeah, Winnie will kind of gather her shit because she had been digging through the bag of holding, so she'll gather everything up and...
Okay. So you guys, I mean, again, you can detect every living entity inside of your grove that's not masked by some sort of divination magic, and it is very easy for you to identify that Brodicchio, this little shit, is actually just outside, hanging out near kind of where the tents are. So you go out there. You kind of round the corner, and sure as shit, he is sitting on a bedroll with just an absolutely overflowing sack of gold that he is meticulously counting. And like every 10th coin, he hands one to Baleta, and you see Baleta take the coin in her mouth. She kind of cleans it off, and then she like lifts this fold of skin under her arm, and she puts the coin up into it, and it vanishes. Brodicchio sees you coming, though, and he says, "Ah, hello there, my friends. It's very nice to see you.
You too.
I didn't realize you were going to be back here in the grove. You never sent me word. Hopefully you have much coin for my stash."
Yes, we are definitely here to shop, and it was kind of a surprise to us that we ended up here at this time as well. But I believe we're looking for... We want to see what potions you have, what scrolls you have. Pretty much everything is what we're looking at this point.
Wonderful. Why don't you tell me what you need? What are you looking for?
Wait, okay, people, what do you want?
I have my standard materials here. I have healing potions, regular, greater, superior. I have revivify scrolls, raise dead scrolls. These are all things that I keep in stock now because I know that you love them so much.
Ulrich, I'm looking toward you for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, so... do we have any revivify scrolls still in the bag? I don't have any on me.
No, we have a scroll of resurrection.
Okay. Personal ask, because I lost the one that I had. Do you happen to have a Pearl of Power?
Pearl of Power. Let me take a look real quickly.
Mine got turned into a Dust of No Power.
Are they doing good? Yes, Pearl of Power. Oh, yes, very potent magic item. I can do it for you. Now, mind you, the discount always comes at the end, okay? And it always depends on how much you are willing to put in and what the bulk discount looks like. But yes, I can do a Pearl of Power for 6,000 gold.
Winnie, what do we have right now, just so I know, so I'm not going crazy?
We have that. We can do that.
Okay.
Sorry, real quick, just to be clear, because we do group loot, it is, McCandis, you know, I've talked about this before, you've got to tell everybody exactly, if they ask for it, what is available, just so that there's no, keeping of loot from people.
Right. He asked Winnie. I can tell
No,
you.
I am telling you, though, as the DM, that response always has to be a number.
Okay, so
Because otherwise it's too masking of, oh yeah, we can afford that, versus this is what we have. Because he asked you, how much do we have?
Okay, so Winnie would answer then, I guess. 2,659 platinum, 24,297 gold, 33 silver, and 17,316 copper.
And just, if you click on your, currency tab, it will tell you the total gold value of everything added together. So if that's easier for you, since we do everything valued as gold.
It's 51,063 gold.
How much gold do we need to start upgrading the grove?
10,000.
Maybe we should set that aside and try to get that going.
That's why I wanted the number. I just wanted to take that and then subtract 10k no matter what. So that way we knew exactly what.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be an asshole player. I was role playing.
Nobody's
I get
saying
it.
that you were being an asshole.
I'm
just
I know.
reminding you as the DM that because we have a collective loot system, that if they ask specifically for the number, it's just got to be given. That's all.
I was just clarifying so that way nobody thought I was trying to be shiesty.
Nobody was accusing you.
It means nothing, but Gartok will kind of see everyone kind of just hear Winnie cunning about the gold and stuff, and he'll put down his 8 gold that he has.
Can use. Don't.
You don't have to do that, Gartok.
It can help.
Thank you. She'll edit.
Maybe in addition, we can have Berticio look over some of the things that we were given by Octavius. I'm kind of curious in particular about the cloaks. I kind of like the look of those.
And if we have the money to spare, there are a couple of things that were taken from me when the tags took me that I would like to replace if possible.
All you need to do is tell me exactly what you are looking for, and I will give you a price and whether or not I have it. So I'm sorry, Mr. Emac. What were you looking for?
We came into some treasure in our last run.
Oh.
Maybe it might be of interest to you, or you can tell us if it is worth anything. I think that the cloaks are quite pretty. I might just wear them, but I don't know if I want to put them on if they, will do something I don't want them to do.
Well, I am always willing to barter. I have plenty of people. I'll take gems, things of value, if it has something nice in it that can be melted down or turned into an ingot.
All right, so we're going to need one scroll of Revivify, the pearl. Roll call just how people are on potions. What do you got? What do you need?
We have 8 regular in the bag of holding and 1 superior.
I have a greater.
As do I.
Oh, and a regular.
I have 2 regulars.
Yep. I have 2 regulars, 1 greater, and 1 superior.
What are they doing?
They're going in the closet, but then they're like closing the door. I don't care if they get shit out of the closet. But
So probably 2 graders, so that way everyone can at least have a grader on them as well.
Probably not a bad idea.
Okay, 2 greater, 1 Revivify scroll, Peril of Power, anything else?
You have Periapts of Wound Closure.
I'm pretty sure I already sold you one of those, didn't I?
That you did.
Yeah, that's also dust and useless.
I am so sorry, but unfortunately, I am so sorry to interrupt you, my dear. I only ever found that one. I didn't realize it was something that was so valuable. I'm kind of sad that it broke because of the dust.
Well, I got turned to dust, so that kind of turned everything I had into dust.
Oh, I thought you meant on its own accord it went ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I cease to be, now eat rust. I'm not great with things like that. I don't rhyme. It's not my forte. Okay. Blue hair.
I love that that works in and out of character.
I know. I just looked at you too and I was like, that's not a personal attack.
Oh, are you saying it was an in-character attack?
Oh, fuck yeah, no.
Okay.
Roll emotional initiative.
I fail.
Yeah, no, not against this bitch. Fuck that. Okay, sorry, go ahead. You have.
I have a small list. I don't know what you would have, and I doubt we would be getting everything, but a Periapt of Proof Against Poison, a Cloak of Elvenkind, She gives kind of a side eye to the group as she says, "Gloves of thievery, leather armor with, well, pretty much anything you have there." And that's it. She stops talking.
Oh, that was a very small list. You are right. Give me 1 second. Let me see what I got here. He pulls open a ledger now and he starts to mindlessly kind of page through it. And he's like, parry up, parry up, parry up. Holy shit, these magic item creationists, they really like their parry ups. Why don't we just call it a necklace? Let's be honest, that's really what it is. And then at that point, he reaches down, he picks up a small, like, cracker, and he hands it up to Boletta, and Boletta kind of sits up and... Okay, so parry up the proof against poison. That is actually a really good item. I do have actually 3 of those. They are 5,000 gold pieces. The Cloak of Elven kind, let me... You know what? I probably got to roll on this one. Oh, by 1%! By 1 fucking percent! I called high in my head and I rolled a 51. So yes, holy shit, I do have a Cloak of Elven kind. That's kind of... I didn't even know this was in the bag. Alright, next, Gloves of Thievery. It's gonna be a little bit tougher to find these because it is such a specific thing, but I'll tell you what, we'll call high again. We're looking anything above a 75. A 47. Unfortunately, I don't have any Gloves of Thievery for you. Now, the leather armor, I know for a fact I've got something in here, but let me take a quick look. Because, let me see.
Saber, I love that you're doing all this in the voice, it's amazing.
Well, he's the one talking to you.
I know, but like the whole percentages and let me roll and...
Oh, yeah! He's actually got dice in his hand and he's like, well, the dice give it and the dice take it away!
I'd like to think he actually does have them, he just said, nah, I don't feel like it, because the dice said no.
If the dice say no, you get nothing. Okay. Okay, yeah, I have a suit of armor in here. It currently it is leather, not the studded kind, but the normal leather. However, it is made out of the tanned leather of a goristro. Are you familiar with the giant monkey demons from the plane? Well, it's more of like a minotaur demon, actually, not monkey. I was thinking of Balgora, but the goristro. Yes, Lucy, what can I do for you?
No, I'm not.
I know that.
No, you have no idea. I guarantee you 100% you have no idea about demons. No, Sybil, you have no idea either. But he says, yes, it's made from that. It is not even enchanted. Because of the very magical nature of the demon's flesh, it has the equivalent as if an enchanter had put not 1, but 2 protective sigils into its form. That I can sell you for 6,000 gold. The Cloak of Elven Kind is 5k, and the Proof of Poison is also 5k.
She swallows very hard. She thinks about how she knows money, looks over at Winnie.
And remember, I am willing to take trade. If you have items of value, I will put a price on them, and if you buy bulk, you guys know you always get discount. Now, you come with a flat 10% discount from me on everything you purchase, but I'm willing to move that to potentially 15 if we are talking about lots of money.
As Winnie just kind of shrugs towards Sybil, but as she's looking through the bag of holding, she will look at Ulrich and say, we do actually have a scroll of Revivify. I wasn't thinking hard enough when I was looking, but I think having another one's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that's not a terrible idea as well. What
As far
about...
as I'm concerned, let's just get what we have to get.
Okay. Let's see if let's have Berdisio take a look at the stuff that we got, see what that can be worth in trade, or if it's potentially useful for us in any way, shape, or form.
So Winnie will go through and grab out the. It's going to be easier if I pull it from my notes instead of the bag of holding.
Yeah, and you just gotta tell me exactly what it is, like how it was titled, because a lot of these things, some of them are similar, but because of where you find them, they're all different values.
Yes. So the brocade cloak trimmed with small ivory charms on the bottom. The gilded wooden shield brooch inlaid with the ornate orichalcum scrollwork.
My goodness, these are beautiful. He looks at, I mean, as he's coming through, he says, the cloaks, I've never seen anything quite like this before. And this, the ivory from these tusks, you know where this comes from? You truly have no idea. Take a closer look. And he lifts the cloak up and kind of hands it to you with the bottom with the little ivory charm dangling off of it.
She'll take a closer look at it.
Make a... I'll let you each make a history check, or you can make a nature check. Your choice, history or nature.
Definitely nature for me.
Okay, so Winnie, you know that it's ivory. It's truly ivory, which means tusk material. You're not entirely sure. Gartok, you can smell it, as well as the porous nature of the horizontal grain on this thing. This comes from a loxodon, which is exactly what Iloma Mundi is. But so very inquisitive eye. Yes, this is from the tusk of Loxodon. The person who made this probably felled them in combat. I'm guessing it was some sort of artisan from a war of days past. Very impressive work. Each one of these I give you 750 golden credit. I have a couple of collectors who are into things like this.
She also would take out the golden ring engraved with 2 dwarven axe heads.
Okay, this is great. Let's see here. Ooh, that's beautiful. So the shield, I'll give you 750 for that. The gold ring, I'll give you 750 for that too.
The lacquered wooden bowl engraved with imagery of mythical creatures like hippogriffs, griffins, Pegasus.
I can give you 500 for this one. It's a little bit less ornate and exquisite as the others, but I think I got a guy who might be interested.
Okay. And then the black velvet cloak threaded with silver wire that gives it rigidity and holds it in a shouldered shape.
He says, I give you 750 for this one as well.
Out of curiosity, do they seem magical to you? Could we pay you to have you identify them?
You could pay me for identify, sure. Give me one moment.
Over Winnie and just like point at the black cloak and be like, I really like that. And the silver lining is, it just looks beautiful.
And she'll kind of scoot it toward Emig. This one, here you go.
Next time I can meet your dad in real clothes.
Wait, what do you give him?
I just kind of the black velvet cloak it's still out there to be identified, but scooted over toward Emig because he said he was interested in it. But we still want to identify all that stuff.
Okay, so for the identifies, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It'll be 720 gold pieces for me to do the 6 identifies. You want to just take that, add that to the bill at the end?
We could, but I think I only did 5 items. The cloak.
Well, you have 2 cloaks, a ring, a bowl, a shield, and another cloak. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting 6. There are 2 cloaks with the ivory tusks.
I see what you're saying.
A bowl, a shield, and a cloak.
I got you.
My identify spell only works on a single item. If somebody
right.
enchanted one of these cloaks and not the other, then what do you know?
Sure, yeah. Okay, that's fine with me. We can add it to that.
Perfect. He goes through over the course of a minute and performs the identifies. He says, nothing is magical. Not a single one of these.
Okay. So that's good. Then we can use these for trading. So, however, I believe the black cloak Emig would like to claim, so we're gonna take that one out of the bargain.
Okay, perfect.
So I believe that puts us at...
And Emig, you can add that black cloak to your inventory. So that is a 3,500 gold piece trade.
Excellent. Is there anything anybody else wants out of this stuff before we include it in the trade? No?
If I'm going to die, I wanna look good while I do it.
I would prefer none of us die anymore.
Okay, so
You can look good in life.
the way I understand this, we have 1 scroll of Revivify, 2 scrolls, two greater healing potions, Pearl of Power, Periapt of Proof versus Poison, Cloak of Elven Kind, and the +2 leather armor. Yes?
Do you have another teleport scroll?
Teleport.
We do have one of those as well, Ulrich, in the bag.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then I just do what I had on me, and I used it the last time, so.
I feel like we should probably be stocking up on those, considering how much time is of the essence.
That's fine, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that we're aware of what we have.
I do happen to have teleport scrolls, and indeed, I actually have 5.
It would appear that I've been instructed
Let's take one for
to
now,
say
just to have a backup.
Who subbed?
Sub-a-dub-dub.
It's so loud, Red. Thank you so much.
So we'll add
Or
one
it
more
was
to that list,
Hikari,
and then I think
Hikari,
that should be
yeah, sorry, it's
everything we
so
need
loud, long
at the
winded,
moment to do what we
I
need
get
to
now.
do.
Thanks for the cash.
I don't
Enjoy your
suppose you
eons.
have a
Oh, emotes.
potion
Oops.
injector.
Sorry, there's a lot of things
She
happening.
says
I'm listening
sadly.
to a lot of people talk. Anyways, thank you so much for that, Hikari. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had somebody sub, which greatly appreciated, by the way. I thank you very much. What was the last little bit that was said there? Because I missed a chunk of it.
Sybil sadly asked if he happened to have a potion injector.
I don't even know what that is. I'm so sorry.
No, that's perfectly all right.
It was worth a try. Lucy, I saw your note. Winnie would just, nod.
At this point, he does his best civil impression, which is not very good.
Noted.
Okay, so for the so the teleport scrolls, yes. So I have 5 of them. I have 5, and they are 2560 apiece.
We'll throw one into the pile for now.
For now, or where are we going? Because it requires a lot of math for me to do these stuff. So
Just one for this shopping
just for
excursion.
one.
This
Understood.
shopping excursion.
Understood. Okay. So, anything else before I tally? Okay, great. Okay, so for the Greater Healing Potions ×2, the Revivify Scroll ×1, the Peril of Power 1, Scroll of Teleport 1, the Periapt, of Proof versus Poison 1, Cloak of Elven Kind 1, and the +2 Leather Armor 1, plus the 720 gold pieces that you owe me for the Identify spells equals a total of 26,080 gold pieces. However, we are looking at a trade value of 3,500. Now, the only time that I do bulk discount is if you spend over 30,000. So you only receive the 10% flat off of your final total. Which is fine. This is still great for you guys, but let me do some math here. So the remaining total would be post-trade 22,580 with 2,258 being taken into account for your discount. Which equals 9, excuse me, I did my math wrong. 20,322 gold pieces in however it is you intend on trading. Plus, I will take the 2 cloaks, the ring, the bowl, and the shield with the engraving upon it. So you are required to pay me 20,322.
Okay, so Winnie will do that. I'll probably do 1,000 flat and then the rest in gold, just so that way we're not giving away all of our gold in case we need it first.
Yeah, however you need to do it, just make sure that you deduct 20,322 and then delete the items that you're using for trade. Bloodmane, you can add that cloak. I don't care how you guys divvy it up, but you receive 2 greater healing potions, 1 scroll of Revivify, you get the Pearl of Power and the Scroll of Teleport, Ulrich, and then Sybil, you receive the Periupt of Proof versus Poison, the Cloak of Elven Kind, and +2 leather armor. Also, please note that anything that needs to be attuned to must be attuned to prior to it taking effect. Which I believe is just the Cloak of Elven Kind. I don't think that the Periupt or the armor has that. But you'll see it once you enter them in your inventory. Either way.
Please be clear about what's going in the bag of holding so I can make sure it's done properly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
think...
I was talking to them.
I was like, shit, I don't know.
No, that's not on you. That's on
I'm
just so they
adding
understand.
my 3 goodies. I have to figure out how to add the +2 leather armor.
The pearl does require attunement, so I got to do that too. So.
Yeah, and if you guys are taking a long rest, then obviously it's going to attune. Just make sure that when you equip the item in your inventory that you go down to the little attunement thing down below and activate it so that you're gaining the effects on your character sheet. Alright.
I will take the teleport scroll and the revivify scroll, so I have it on me. We have one in the bag.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So revivify scroll times 1 going to Ulrich, and teleport scroll to Ulrich, Pearl of Power to Ulrich. So who are the 2 people getting greater healing potions, or is that just going in the bag of holding? Because everything else has been determined to go to Sybil.
I can take one of them because I have 2 normal ones. That's the point, was that everyone to have 1 greater on them, at least as well. So whoever doesn't have one, take one.
Okay, who does not have a greater?
I only have the 1 greater healing potion. That's all I've got.
Artak, did you have a greater?
Yes, I have a greater and a regular.
An Emig?
I'm pretty sure he does have a greater.
Okay, then we'll put one in the bag of holding, because I have one on me too.
Okay. So where is it going?
The one of the greater healing potions is going in the bag of holding.
Perfect. Okay. Alright, so I think we are... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Candace, do you want to go ahead and add the leather armor back to the bag of holding?
Mm-hmm.
Just normal leather, and I'll delete it from mine. Also, for your record, Kevin, my AC goes up to a 17.
17, you said?
Yep.
Beautiful, thank you.
I have removed all of the items that were traded and the cloak that went to Emig from the bag of holding.
Winnie, while you're looking in the bag, do we have a crossbow or hand crossbow or anything like that?
Gartok will pull out his skeletal bow.
And
the fancy one.
Not a traditional bow. Sorry, Gartok.
No, we don't.
Do we happen to have any, what do we have for blades? As she still has Gartok's, scimitars on her, but, yeah.
For weaponry, we have a great sword, a javelin, a longbow, a short sword, a couple of spears, and a trident.
Oh, the short sword. May I have that?
Yeah. I'm gonna remove it from the bag of holding.
Understood.
Okay,
Go ahead and add a
I'm adding it
regular
into
short
mine.
sword. Yep.
And I just want to say that the filtering system in D&D Beyond is awesome, because that is how I was able to do that.
It is really fucking good, isn't it?
I've never used it before for looking for shit, and I will be using it forever now.
Gartok, did you want your scimitars back?
Yeah, he'll shake his head.
Okay, I have lots of weaponry strapped to me. Do we have any daggers, Winnie?
No, not in the bag of holding.
Okay. One more
I
question.
have this. You can have mine. She'll hand over her dagger.
I will happily take a dagger that is non-foul blade and therefore more able to be thrown.
If you're planning on throwing, here's a coral dagger that I had left over from before.
She will take them both. One more question while we are re-equipping to go and fight something that is truly evil. You're able to tell where people are in the grove if they're present, correct?
In the grove, yes.
I don't know if he would be here, but can you see if Bruskel Undercroft, the Green Menace, is here?
Sure. I'll try to remember the weird guy that had the weird, shady-looking suitcase and see if he's here in the grove.
He did indeed have a very shady-looking suitcase, and lots of shady
want it
dealings
so
were done
badly.
with Mr. Bruskel. Yeah. So you open your senses to the grove, Winnie. You kind of you dig your feet into the moss-covered ground below you, and as you guys see, her eyes kind of like flash green, kind of like this pulse of green that goes from her left eye to her right eye. And as she blinks, you do not sense his presence in the grove.
I know that you were hoping he was here, but fortunately he is not.
Did you just say fortunately he's not? Asking his cat.
Yeah.
Okay. You all know how I typically fight. If at some point, I actually don't know how long it would take if the grove could help provide, frankly, poisons for myself and Gartok.
Gartok immediately peeks up.
I feel like you asked about this the last time we were here.
I assure you, I did not.
Right, you didn't.
At this point, Brodicio has started to very rapidly scoop the remainder of his coins into his bags. It looks like he's packing up to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, like Brodicio doesn't know that I stab our friends. It happened the last time. I'm not saying that.
Actually, that's true. That did happen last time. Winnie will look toward Brodicio. I am so sorry. Thank you so much. I'm sure this is going to help us get through this next whatever. Just
Endeavor.
make sure
The word is endeavor.
Endeavor, yes. Make sure that you stay safe, and I'm sure you'll be seeing us again soon.
Wonderful. Well, I suppose this is going to conclude our business then for today. Baleta? And he hands another cracker to the naked rat on his shoulder, who takes it and then stuffs it into her mouth, and she goes... and then climbs up and under his hat, and as he takes it off, plops it back down, and then he kind of like tips it up again, and Baleta is not there anymore, and he takes his bags and goes about his business. He actually, when you watch him and then you sense him, he just goes like 4 tents down and like goes inside of a tent. You don't know who the fuck's tent he was just outside of.
Okay, could I, as he was packing up and stuff, just more out of curiosity or anything, can I just insight check his sudden departure, like if it... Mostly looking to see if the reaction started when she was talking about poison, or if it was...
Sure, go ahead. Insight check.
It's only a 15.
Only a 15? Anything
I
above
only
a 12
rolled a
is
6.
like... yeah. Oh, settle down. It definitely started when she started asking everybody for extra weapons and strapping and suiting up like a fucking maniac, and then she started talking about wanting poisons, and he was like... As she started like... You got any short swords? Can I have these short swords? Is it okay if I keep this scimitar? Do you have any daggers? Yeah, I'll take those. How about poison? And he was like, time to fucking go. Okay, I know this. I've seen this bitch do her work before, so...
He has, yeah. That was the last time we encountered him. Okay, yep.
But he was cool as a cucumber till she started to get weird.
Okay, well, hopefully everybody got what they needed. If not, we can try to find other sources, but I do think that we're in much better shape now. So maybe for right now, just everybody rest up. We need to be prepared to go literally as soon as Ulrich can go.
Okay. So, with that being said, what is your guys' intention? We will prepare to take our break really quickly. I can't believe we've already played for 2 hours, but okay. We'll take our break really quickly so that we can get the kiddos down for nap time and get them cleaned up from their lunch. But is your intention simply to go to sleep, or does somebody have some huge elaborate master plan that they need to invoke inside of the grove during sleep time?
Winnie would just be, trying to help with everything she can as far as Falcone is concerned during this time.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sybil? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Hang on. I see hands going up here, so Sybil, go ahead.
Clarifying question. So none of the army and everything is still a couple of days out. Is there anything let me just ask why I'm asking first, and that might actually make it easier to figure out what I need to do. I'm looking to kind of finish resupplying with my basic gear, non-magical. Would there have been anything from the armory kind of thing, the armory for the army, that might still be left here? Or is it something where I'm more likely to just need to wait till the army comes back to be like, hey, you guys have any spare crossbows?
So there is a rear detachment that was here, but nobody that was left on the rear detachment was part of any crossbowman group, and all of the people that have been kind of assembled into your guys' military forces use either longbows, short bows, or you have javelineers. You guys don't have a unit of crossbowmen, so that's not something you're going to find.
Okay, yep, totally fine.
Now, short bows, there's plenty of those around.
I think we even have one in the bag of holding. I may be wrong.
Like, there are bows, but yeah, like the crossbow aspect is much more...
I think a short bow is still martial, I think.
I believe
if I remember correctly.
Are right. Let me just check real quick. It's not. It is simple. Yep, short bows are simple. Short bows and light crossbows are simple, and martial are heavy crossbows and longbows.
Okay.
We do not have one in the bag of holding. We have a long.
Damn it.
But if you would like to equip yourself with one, you're in the heart of a grove. You're like, hey, grove, I want a short, and the tree just like pukes one out for you. That's not exactly how it goes, but
okay.
Well, it is now.
Winnie's mouth.
No, she spits out the arrows. She shits arrows. Okay.
I was about to say, if you need arrows, Gartok has like...
Yep, I was gonna say, I would also need a quiver, but I'm assuming we have one.
If you got archers, you got extra quivers, I guarantee you.
So in that case, I would like to equip with a short bow and some arrows.
Okay, we'll say that you can equip a quiver of 20 arrows and a short bow.
Perfect.
All right.
Sweet.
Gartok, you had a thing.
Yes. So Gartok would like to talk to Ulrich about maybe messaging, name I forget, Octavius.
Okay, I'll let you guys do that roleplay in a minute, since that's going to be a character-on-character interaction. And Ulrich, what did you have?
I would just be just lending aid wherever I can around the place till it's time till I get tired, because I'm not going to try and rest at 10 a.m. in the morning. So.
Okay, understood. So with that, we'll assume that Gartok is having a conversation with Ulrich while he's kind of going about doing tending and cleaning up and whatnot. Bloodmane, did you have anything, or are you going nighty-night?
I'm just going to read through the tome before preparing for rest. Yet.
Okay, perfect. So, for the sake of brevity, we will say we are about to go into a long rest period. We're going to take 5 minutes to get 5-10 minutes to get ourselves situated for the last half of our session. Lucy, when we come back, we will pick up with Gartok having the conversation with Ulrich. As soon as that conversation is done, we will progress to the morning after long rest. Sound good? All right, guys. Awesome. We'll come back and we'll meet back in about 10 minutes. Everybody who's hanging out here on stream, thank you all so much.
That time really flew by.
Guys, we will... Yeah, I know. I literally looked down and I was like, what the fuck? Have we done anything? Have we even played? Should we start the game now? Alright, guys, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So... hang out with us, and then when we come back, we'll jump back into it. All right. BRB. All right. I typically come back a couple minutes before everything is said and done because, yeah. Hi, I'm here, and I am the DM who likes to talk to people in chat once in a while. It's hard sometimes, and I apologize about that, you guys. Alright, do some archiving. I read, also, hey Red, how are you, buddy? Got some peanuts. Just some dry roasted peanuts. It's honestly nothing interesting. But they grow them in our area. So they're really, really cheap. And they're delicious. Excuse me. Jesus. Whew. It's fucking chilly down here today. It's like 70 degrees in this room, but it's fucking cold. And I know I'm bitching, but, because I know people, we just have potatoes here. To be fair, when we lived in the Midwest, we had a lot of potatoes there too. Potatoes aren't so big down here for some reason. It's weird. I do love potatoes though. Potatoes are my downfall. You give me mashed potatoes and gravy or cheesy potatoes. Oh, I'd do some dirty things for some cheesy potatoes. Downright dirty. Downright dirty. Alright. Bear with me for 1 second, y'all. Okay. So, I know it can feel sometimes like these purchasing sessions can be a little bit long and drawn out, but these guys have a really intricate way of getting the materials they need through this guy who was at one point in time kind of an enemy because they had something stolen from him, but not intentional. It was really weird. It was a whole ass backwards way. And now he's their exclusive merchant, which is good. All right. All right, and we are back. Okay, welcome back. So,
It's starting to get dark there, Lucy.
yeah, no shit.
It is actually.
Yeah, what is it,
I'm
like
surprised.
7 your time? 8?
It's 5. I'm surprised it's gonna get. I'm surprised it's not dark yet. This is before during winter. It gets dark at like 4.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-da! I said let there be light and then hit the light switch.
What?
Somebody's look at that in the stream is Katie is desperate.
Ooh. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Cap?
Yeah, it's about like I think 7 p.m. for you guys. I'm sitting here like 12 at night. Stay up till 3 a.m.
You're crazy. Go to sleep, college student. You're only getting older.
It's funny because I have a class at 9 on Mondays.
I always feel bad.
I haven't missed a single one of those, ironically.
Dedicated to get to that early class, but everything else in the week is skirting around, hit and miss.
I wish this term is so fucking busy. Tuesdays, Fridays, Thursdays, I have like 4 classes each. And throughout the whole week, no matter what day, 9 a.m.s, 10 a.m.s.
Yep.
Hate it.
Man, I remember those days.
I stop and I think back about what the fuck I put myself through for school, and it's like, what was I doing?
It's insane.
Double full-time jobs? No.
I wanted a job bad when I was in college, especially early on, but fucking rehearsal schedules, class schedules, rehearsal schedules, and performance schedules. I mean, you did 2 shows a semester every semester, period, end of story, full stop. Everybody in the program, and it was like, you couldn't fucking do it. Summers were internships, so I'd go to Chicago and internship with the theaters, and whether I was, working tech or actually on stage as a part, I mean, it was like, I had no fucking free time. It was crazy.
I had a bunch of windows in there where I would get up at 5 a.m., go until I had to leave for work, doing schoolwork, come back 16 hours later sometimes, do schoolwork until midnight, 2 a.m., crash for 3 hours and repeat.
Yep.
And then inevitably get really sick.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I worked on the ambulance during that portion of my college career. So I was lucky because I had an in. But then it was like, hey, well, you're already here doing your ride time. You want to just clock in when you're done? I was like, yeah, sure. I haven't been home for 72 hours, but that sounds great.
No problem, though. All right, so we are back. So we will pick up at the point of everybody has bedded down for the evening. Gartok, however, has found Ulrich in Ulrich's rounds. You two may go.
Ulrich can ask favor.
Yeah, what you need?
Can message Octavius. Please.
Yeah, what you need me to ask him?
He said,
Let me get my notes. Get the actual lessons.
Gartok inside is soft and changeable. Gartok want to know if can turn Gartok into dragon one day.
That's a pretty big ask. How about this? Since we're about to rest for the day, when we're done fighting the demon, we'll ask him. Because we just asked him for a lot. I don't want to ask him for something again as we just left him. He's still a new friend, so we don't want to try and ask him for too much too fast.
Okay. Think is good.
Yeah, I definitely promise that after we get back, we will have that conversation.
Thank you.
We're just gonna, I guess, follow Ulrich and then see if he can help in any way.
Okay. Sorry, I was taking a lot of notes there because that was definitely a question that I had forgotten about, and I needed to remind myself about this.
Yeah, I did.
facet.
Yeah, I messaged you earlier. Was like, is
Yeah.
that possible? And you're like,
Yep.
If the dice gods say.
Look, any of your craziest, weirdest fucking dreams are possible in Dungeons and Dragons. Some are much harder than others, but sometimes it just depends on how the dice fall. Okay.
Tiny thing, I messaged you.
Okay. Give me 1 moment.
It's just a little tiny thing, but...
Okay, to the typical sources?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure that, like, the new Sybil mindset wasn't some weird fucking thing that...
No. You've got, I'm assuming, a note as to who?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, excellent. You don't feel any, like, outward response, but you do find yourself inside of that meditation in a very particular place of peace. That is different than the months of torture you'd undergone literally just, like, at the tail end of a couple days ago. So, but noted. Thank you.
Yep. Before we go and fight, horrible embodiments of evil.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so nighttime passes, morning comes, dawn dawns, and I hate myself sometimes. And you guys rest through the remainder of the day into the evening and into the early morning hours of Wednesday, the 29th of Jury. We will say that it is 8 o'clock. Oops. It is 8 o'clock in the morning. You guys wake. You guys are refreshed. You go through your morning routine. Nothing crazy. It's actually, this is probably one of the best night's sleeps you've had since you were here last and slept. As you begin to drift down, Winnie's instinctual need for sleep triggers the entire grove to very rapidly bloom this special pollen that does shake itself from the boughs of every living organism, plant organism, inside of the grove that causes a state of deep slumber, which comes with very happy and vivid dreams. You guys awake feeling excellently refreshed. Anybody with more than one level of exhaustion, I don't know if we have anybody, but if anybody has more than one level of exhaustion, they are all cured while sleeping in the grove. And yeah, you guys wake up, get yourselves put together, and you find yourselves back here in the main hall for breakfast. And I will leave you to your devices.
I think Winnie would probably have an air of... she's being kind of quiet. You guys have seen this before, like, right before we go into something big. She's focused and sort of internalizing.
Sybil, now armed to the teeth, wearing new fancy armor, and having slept in a torture-free environment for the first time in a while. She seems, like, calm, confident, and just, like, ready to go. Like, this is a Sybil that I don't think hasn't... This is a Sybil that hasn't been seen before, I think. Not cocky, just calmly, like, prepared.
Emig will, between mouthfuls of more fish, kind of look at Sybil and ask, "Do you have any words for us today? Any speeches? I rather enjoy it."
So I do, but this one isn't about us. And she is going to weave together a story about previous demon slayers. Only ones that, happy endings. And she's going to montage through a, like, yeah, we can kick the demon's ass, sort of thing is today's inspiration.
Okay. So as Sybil kind of begins to pump everybody up, Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. A fucking nat 20 on that performance check. So, as Sybil goes through this whole thing, and how long does it last? Is it 8 hours?
Nope, it lasts until they're used. It's
Okay.
super nice.
Okay, so what I'm going to do...
And I'm double checking for how many. It's 15 hit points now.
Give me a
15
sec.
temp.
Okay, so everybody gains 23 temporary hit points. With the critical on that, Sybil, you gain the additional 1/2 of your sneak attack damage as bonus hit points, which was rolled to equivalate to 23. And everybody feels like you, by the end of her story, every single one of you, even Gartok the Instinctual and Bloodmane the Ever-Hungry, are dead stopped in the middle of eating and are staring at her with wide, unblinking eyes. And everybody feels very, very empowered. So, 23 temporary hit points. And congratulations on your nat 20 on the performance. Okay. See? The good dice giveth and the good dice taketh away. Now, when one of you dies in this fucking place, don't come bitching. You had your chance, and you squandered your 23 hit points. No.
Should have not have spent them all in one place.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so, you guys go through that little bit. You continue to eat. You conclude your meal. And I just wanted to show you guys, since you guys have never seen like a real nice suit of like enchanted armor. You guys have only ever seen +1s at this point, I believe. I just wanted to show you. This is what Sybil's new armor looks like.
Ooh, lovely.
So it is very flashy. The gems lock in the enchantments, and she just looks fucking immaculate. I mean, this is like one step below a legendary piece of armor. So, just so you know,
That's fucking tight, dude.
it's pretty fucking badass.
It is very cool.
Okay.
Looks very similar to mine, but I think hers looks way better.
Oh, well, yours is made out of dragon scales. Hers made out of leather. So yours looks pretty fucking tight too, though. Okay. So, with that being said, is there anything else that anybody is doing? And if not, what is your next step?
Head to the center of the grove, then?
Yeah.
The center of the grove or the heart of the grove?
The heart.
Because you are at the center of the
Yeah,
grove now.
we need
Okay,
to go to the
okay.
heart of the grove.
Fucking druids and their goddamn terminology. Okay, so you guys are heading to the heart of the grove. Okay, so...
Obviously, I would let Falcona know that we were ready to head out, too.
Okay, so you contact Falcona. She tells you that she will meet you there. And you guys... And you guys arrive here. So, welcome to the heart of the grove. Okay, so Falcona appears in she kind of like steps out of the brush with you guys. It's a massive clearing, and it is like to the far west of where you guys are now. As you're moving, Winnie, you know, like, this place is here, though you've never truly needed to utilize it. Your grandfather utilized it to come through and have a conversation with you guys. But as you guys approach, Falcona kind of walks up towards this massive tree in the clearing. So, You approach the ancient tree at the heart of the grove. Its once youthful bark, now a thickened husk that gently sways in an unseen breeze. The gnarled trunk, which appears to be an amalgamation of dozens of smaller trunks woven into the behemoth before you, begins to shift before a set of wooden stairs reveal themselves to you. Winnie, you hear a soft voice in the wind, like the gentle chirp of crickets. You recognize the druidic tongue, and it says to you, "Speak aloud the place in which you intend on visiting." And as... And as you guys, I don't know if you are actually approaching with Falcona, but if you are, you do begin to feel kind of like a hum of energy from the center of the tree.
Okay.
Do you want the stone, Winnie?
Yeah, maybe let me have that.
And this is just to show you guys what you are currently looking at.
Thank you.
I hate the caption. It's appropriate, but I hate it.
Yeah, just to be clear, this gate, the energy in the center of this gate is not actually what is taking you there. This is just the standard gate. But yes, it's a little spooky. All right.
Honestly, it looks cool as fuck.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is really fucking cool. So Ulrich, you hand the stone over.
Yeah.
Okay. Winnie will look at Falcona, and she'll say, "Did you hear that as well, or was that just me?"
She smiles and she looks at you and she says, "I heard them."
Do I know that he's in a pocket plane. Do I just say I want to go where he is?
She kind of points at the center of the gate, which is kind of crackling with this blue energy, and she says, "Place the gem there. It should be able to detect what your intention is. However, that special other bit of power that you have, that bit of knowledge about this entity, make sure you state your intended destination."
Okay. So Winnie will approach she'll kind of look around at the group just to make sure everybody looks ready. And assuming everybody does, she would turn to the gate and put the stone into the center, and then she would say it under her breath, thinking it as well, though, because she's not sure if she's supposed to say it out loud or in her head, and say, "We wish to travel to the same plane where Zraxium Telionis is located, the former commander of this spirit."
You place the gem up towards the center of the gate. And as the portal spirals into existence, the ground under you shudders for a moment before an immense heat emanates from a large circular shape behind you, forcing you all to retreat momentarily to the north. And Gartok, you see it forming below you. A rocky outcropping bursts forth from the ground, and scalding magma rises up from the earth itself, filling the bowl before you. At the heart of the magma pit is a gleaming ball of fire, inside of which a large red gem hovers. 4 tiles charged with elemental energy adorn the exterior of the rocky outcropping. Slowly, 4 numbers form between the tiles, facing outward towards your group. After a few moments, the shuddering ceases, and you are left in scalding hot silence. At this point, before you is what you see is what you get. The only other thing I'm going to add for your enjoyment is to show you what the ball and the circle look like in front of you. That is the ring with the ball of fire in the center, and there is a gem hovering inside said ball. The portal has shifted now from a blue spiral to a red fiery vortex, which is creating an inward intake of air. It is sucking the air out of the space around it and in towards it. Just above the center of the portal, where the boughs of the tree form the exterior circle, is a socket. Go ahead, everybody give me a perception check. This is passive because everybody has over the requirement for the passive. Sybil, success. Winnie, success. Ulrich, success. Bloodmane, success. Gartok. Shit the bed. I mean that seriously, but by 1 point. So, Gartok, you don't notice it. You're pretty taken aback by this thing here. Everybody else notices that the socket just above that spot on the portal is the exact same size as the gem hovering in the center of this fiery pit. At this point, Falcona's eyes go wide, and she says out loud, I shouldn't be here for this. The corruption that entity is exuding, that is not good for me. I must go. And she begins to walk towards the gate. She steps into the actual portal itself and flashes out of existence. And you guys are left here.
Okay. It's too late now. You're all going. So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Gartok will check his bow and his weapons and then nod.
I have one question before we go. Do any of you have the ability to protect us from heat, fire?
Nope.
I don't think we would be able to do it for everybody anyway.
All right.
Winnie will turn to Emig and cast Gift of Alacrity again, which gives advantage, or no, it adds to your.
It's advantage on initiative checks, I think,
You,
right?
you add
it's
1d8. Yeah,
Okay.
he already has advantage
Okay, so this is Gift of Alacrity on who?
on Emig.
Okay, and this does not require concentration.
Correct.
Correct?
It's an 8-hour thing, and it does not require concentration.
Beautiful. Okay, so you mutter your incantation, and Bloodmane, you feel very, very hyper alert.
And I'm gonna throw on mage armor.
Understood. Mage armor. As you finish your incantation, the spectral armor kind of shimmers over you for a moment, bringing your AC to 14?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
All right, so what would you like to do?
Yeah, cry would be good.
It's a free action.
So since Falcona went through that portal, that would tell me that that's not our way because she's trying to get away from us. I want to take a really close look, I guess, because I really haven't looked at everything as Winnie, just to get a good feel for what the hell we're looking at here.
Yeah, so as you guys know, what you see is what you get in my world, so I would encourage you to use the zoom feature if you cannot tell what exactly you're looking at. What I can tell you verbally is this. So there are some elemental energies that are humming in and or around these tiles, these sigils that are around the outcropping. To the north, near Winnie, is fire. To the east, over on this side, is ice. To the south, near Gartok, is electricity. And over here to the west is a small stream of acid. And then and everything else is literally as you see. I can give you no more information unless skills or abilities or anything influence it differently. So, I turn it over to you.
Winnie's gonna turn and look at Emig. Any ideas here?
And all of those tiles have gems in them, including the southern electricity one.
They do not have gems in them, no.
Okay.
Nope, they're just like they look kind of like almost like a ceramic tile or like a you know, like a slate or ceramic or stone tile. But they are what they look like, and protruding from them, you can see crackling. There is this energy.
And there are like physical numbers there too, right?
Physical numbers, yep. The 1, 2, 3, and 4, you all see them exactly where they are. Yep.
Winfina, this is outside of the realm of my understanding, by far.
I think that could maybe go around the table too. Anyone want to poke a number or a tile?
Gartok will raise an arm.
Oh, hold on.
Poke. Electricity. That.
Why would you pick that one?
Armor helps.
Okay. I'm not sure if we should be poking them. I feel like
While they're thinking, Sybil's going to walk around it, not getting close enough to touch any of the elemental hell, but just to make sure that she sees all of it.
Okay. What you see is what you get.
But, yeah.
Let's see.
You kids like puzzles?
I feel like I almost feel like we need to like maybe power this up using the orientation of each tile.
So the socket at the above the portal looks similar to the gem that's in the center of the ball, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
All right, so we have to get gem A in the slot B. Got it.
Yep.
Just how do we get gem A is the question. No, there's numbers that tells me I feel like there's an order.
All right, if we look at it at even if we're looking at a base effect, well, no, because they all can burn in one way, shape, or form. Freezer burn. Acid burns, fire burns. Lightning can leave scorch marks.
Boy, this is some fucked up music.
I'm gonna walk over to the one just to like, is it like engraved? Is it like glowing?
It is glowing. Yep, it is glowing. Doesn't look like there's an indentation, but it's definitely imprinted itself over the top of the stone.
Kevin, I have a mechanics question. So for my contact patron, it says I have a charge. Does that actually use a spell slot?
Yeah, so it does use it. So it is just a spell for you. I had because I couldn't because of the way the spell and the class features work in D&D Beyond, I couldn't just add another spell and be like, you get it from a magical source. It had to be through an item, and I put a charge on there to indicate to you that it does require a spell slot. So for whatever number of spell slots you have, you can utilize that spell. It was just a free spell.
Gotcha. I can try to reach out. If we can figure it out without aid, it would be best. You can only ask for gifts so many times before certain things are asked of you back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that too.
We'll leave that as our absolute last resort.
Cat question, is Winnie still holding the soul stone?
No, it was immediately absorbed when the portal spun into existence. Yep.
Okay.
Does anybody have fire resistance naturally?
You know, this bitch does not.
I wasn't sure if any of the scaly boys had it.
Nope. The only thing I'm resistant to is not here.
Yeah.
I can cast a spell so that elements can be absorbed, but I can only do it for one element at a time.
So, one of the things we know about his location is that he's in a disgusting circle of mushrooms, which I'm trying to think if any of the elements would more pertain to it. The only thing I could think of would be like acid, but that's not really.
I have cold resistance. I'm not sure how much I'll be affected by anything, but I might be inclined to go and actually up next to the cold tile, since it's also close to the number 1. I feel like maybe it starts there and goes around the circle. We can give it a shot, unless there's some other ideas.
It's like wheel of torture. Sorry.
Gartek said he's willing to go near the electricity.
Yeah, but if there is an order to it, that might just be potentially opening yourself up for damage you don't need to take.
I'm wondering if we should all be prepared to go near an element, but there is 5 of us.
Does the necklace you got, does that help with poison, Cat?
Yeah, poison, not acid.
Ah, that's acid. Gotcha. Yep. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go up to the cold tile and try to inspect it.
Okay. What are you doing with it exactly?
I'm going to try to... Actually, I'd like to cast Mage Hand and try to move it.
Okay. So you kind of you put your palm out as you are near it, and as you do so, you guys all see this spectral duplicate of Bloodmane's hand kind of materialize out of his hand, and as he kind of from a distance begins to do this weird puppeteering thing, you see the mage hand kind of float over, comes down, and you're gonna try to move the tile, you said?
Yeah, maybe clockwise.
Okay, so your hand touches the tile, and as it does so, there is this pulse of frost energy that bursts upward, and the spell immediately ceases as the hand shatters.
Okay. We have learned. What we've learned, I'm not sure yet.
We learn that things happen when they get touched.
Hot!
When they get touched by magic?
want
Um,
me touch?
I don't want anybody to touch it, really.
I know we don't want to touch it, but staring at it isn't really doing a whole lot either. So we have to.
Well, if we touch
start-
it and die, then we'll be staring at it forever. I need to make sure we're being careful.
You won't be staring at shit forever.
I agree. I don't want to just stand here.
Touch carefully.
Well, Ulrich, be
let's
ready,
go.
I guess. Be ready.
All right, so
Alright,
who's
I
doing
guess
what?
then I haven't heard a no, so Gartek's gonna go forward by the electricity one, and then like while looking at everyone else, he'll like touch it to see if there's anything he can do with it.
Okay. Gartok, as you touch it, there is a very sudden explosive burst of electricity that arcs up and out of the tile into your hand and into your body. You guys see him seize up, but he resists a lot of the damage that he should have taken, and you see the armor, the Blue Dragon Scale armor, resist some of the lightning damage. So instead of taking 17 points of lightning damage, you take 8. But it definitely is aggressive as fuck.
Okay, if we're gonna keep touching things, maybe we should go in the order that it's listed. Or the supposed
Is there-
order, I guess.
Is there anything that like I can do with it? Can I push it down? Or
Nope,
do I
it
just
does
get
not move. Your finger zaps immediately, and you rear up. You can try to twist it, but I'm going to consider that as like 2 attempts while holding on to it and being electrocuted. So it's your choice.
Not doing anything. Can try twist.
Also, Gartok looks fine. It just took some of his temporary HP.
Remember, don't spend it all in one
Much,
place.
But I have so much.
No.
Okay, so touching them separately just causes us to get hurt. What if we keep Ulrich? What if you take a step or 2 back, so that way you can heal us if it goes horribly wrong? And then Sybil and I can take one of the other ones. And we can all try to touch it at the same time and see if that makes a difference.
Have we tried touching the numbers yet?
No, go ahead if you want to.
I truly don't want to, but she's going to step forward and just put a hand out on the one, or see if she can pass her hand through the glowing, make contact, whatever.
Okay. The rock is hot to the touch, but it doesn't burn you. You lay your hand on the stone where the one is, and it's hot, but it's not hot enough to scald you.
Well, that's, well, encouraging, I suppose, and also I learned nothing. It's warm.
Okay, do you want fire or acid?
That is a horrible question. You're closer to the acid, though. I suppose I will take fire.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
Alright, so Winnie will look around at the rest of the group and look over, she'll look over at Ulrich. Ulrich, be ready to help. Help those of us that are touching.
What are we trying to do when we touch them? Are we just trying to put a hand on them? Is this
I'm
all
trying
at
to
the same
see,
time?
yes,
1, 2,
all at the
3,
same
4?
time. If we activate them all at the same time, if it's what it's looking for. The balance. I'm looking for balance, ideally. So, if you... Everybody get ready.
Wait. What if
Since they're numbered, I'm not sure we should do it at the same time. Maybe quickly in succession.
Okay, so then it would go...
what
Emig.
happens if it pulls us in, and also is the fire number 1 or is ice number 1?
If I knew any of that, we would be in already. I have no idea.
My
That's a
concern
good
is
question.
that it's going to teleport us and
Not
Ulrich is
Ulrich,
going to be. We
I think we need the gem that's in the center to put it in the portal, because they're the exact same size and shape. So
I'm hoping that by doing this, it's going to get the balance that we need to get the gem so that we can put it in the portal. But
should we have one person? I don't know.
I'm gonna try Mage Hand on the actual gem that's floating in the center. Why not? See if I can grab it.
Okay. So again, you conjure your mage hand. As the mage hand kind of floats over, it touches the the center of the exterior of the orb, and as it begins to push through, which it does, it's malleable. There is a flash from the gem in the center, and each one of the tiles immediately erupt with this small jet of energy that flies up into the air and then spirals down as if homing in on you guys. So, Bloodmane, you take You take 2 points of cold damage reduced to 1 because of your resistance. Gartok, you take 2 points of electricity damage reduced to 1 because of your resistance. Winnie, you take 3 points of acid damage, and Sybil, you take 3 points of fire damage as they these little bolts just pelt the shit out of you. And then the mage hand vanishes.
Could have been worse.
Do we try Winnie's idea, or I can also, if we want to step back from it, I can try one other thing on the gem.
okay, let's discuss what we're going to try before we try it, so that we don't keep getting pelted. What is your thought? What are you wanting to do to the gem?
See if I can. What's the word? Levitate it to have it rise further away from potentially this.
You could try, but I feel like it seems like magic on it is not. It's making it aggressive. It's making it angry. Better term.
or we need to have one person on each tile and someone grab the gem.
If we're going to do that, it might be better for me to try and grab it.
I mean, that's lava.
Yes, but I can also keep myself out of the lava.
Can we zap?
He's gonna point to his.
With
I couldn't
Yeah,
hear
Lucy,
him
we
on that
can't
one.
hear anything you're saying, man.
That's okay. I'm sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, oh
Yes.
yeah, now you're way, yeah.
Okay.
That 5 feet of distance definitely makes it.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
He's gonna point to his little panel circle thing, and go.
want me zap it.
What?
You can put lightning into it?
You're gonna kind of nod.
And that was kind of my thought earlier, but I don't know if we have the right kind of spells to do that to all of them.
Can do lightning and fire.
I guess I could do the acid realistically.
I could still potentially do the cold with Penty Jr.
You mean little TT?
Little TT.
That's right.
God damn you guys.
I have that in my notes. It's never gonna leave.
Okay, I think we should try with. We've had a lot of ideas, but we haven't tried some of them. So either we try tapping them all at once, tapping them in a succession. Um, I mean, if needed, we can try the touch it all and have someone grab it because I can fly. So
I guess the only concern I have kind of matches Sybil's, which is if we touch all of these and it teleports us somewhere, then what happens to you? In theory, what's going to happen, my hope is that whatever the solution to this is, we will get the gem and then we will put it in the gate, and that is when we'll be able to go where we need to go. Just the fact that it looks like it fits perfectly tells me that's probably how this is going to work.
didn't we say we had to bring in an offering, do the trial, and then we can go where we're supposed to go? Like this, I feel like this is the trial part.
Well, why don't we try giving it an offering of magic then, if it's not going to take too much energy from...
It was an offering from the plane, which was the gem that we brought with us.
Yeah, the offering part is done. This part is the trial.
This is the task. We have to complete the task in order to see activation through the end. Then we enter the gate, destroy all of its minions, and let none survive. Find the beast in its filthy ring of mushrooms, slay it, and take its heart.
At least we got it in a convenience checklist form.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, excuse me. You're welcome.
You just said that the same.
Oh, man, that's weird. My voice changer's busted again. Yay.
No, that was honestly so much better because you did the, like, hang on, exactly the same way.
Okay, so I guess at this point, are we going to try all at once, or are we going to try in succession?
I say we try all at once because the succession has other variables that we also have to test. So,
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, and we're agreed here, like we're doing this and we're actually putting the energy into the tiles.
I think let's just touch them first, because if putting energy into it powers it to make it more powerful to attack us, I'd rather we don't go that route.
Okay.
Also, I have no way of putting energy into a thing.
Gartok, that's fair. Gartok, I'm going to sit. Don't do anything until I say the word go. Okay. Everybody else, I'm going to count to 3 and then say the word go. Okay? 1. 2. Don't get so excited, Xavier. 2. 3. Go.
Gartok, make an intelligence check, please.
God damn it.
No, don't do this.
You want to play fucking Dumpstat Intelligent Party? We're gonna play Dumpstat Intelligent Party.
It's a 12,
Okay.
but it's minus
No,
1.
that's fine. Yeah. Hey, look, an 11 is a perfect. It's just level enough for you to rattle that fucking peasant brain of yours.
Less than, actually.
Sub-peasant.
Sub-peasant. Okay, yeah, you guys get it all at the same time, and as each one of you in succession come down on your respective tiles, there is an explosive burst of energy from each one of the tiles. Bloodmane, you take 17 points, reduced to 8 cold damage. Gartok, you take 15, reduced to 7 points of lightning damage. Winnie and Sybil, you each take 15 points flat of acid and fire, respectively.
I feel less inspired.
did anything happen to the center or
Nothing.
That was not the right answer.
Nope.
Okay. I know that the numbers have meaning. Maybe,
And just make sure that you guys update your HP.
I did. Oh, on here. Yes, thank you. Okay. So it's obviously not all at the same time, at least not touching it. Maybe it is a matter of putting the right kind of energy into it. Now, is the right kind of energy the energy it's portraying, or its opposite?
Or a blending of the ones next to it.
I mean, ice and fire would just be water.
I don't I don't know, magic. Maybe there's a magical color wheel of elements.
Well, elements are more nature than magic. I guess it depends on where you are. Can I do... I mean, I don't know. Okay, so I can handle acid. Gartok, you said that you were able to do lightning?
Yes, and fire.
Well, we can only have you do one, more than likely. I can probably help with you, Sybil.
I mean, do we have a torch?
Well, I
Actually,
can actually use a spell that will allow you to harness the incoming energy and then turn around and spit it back. Well, not spit it, but you can hit with it.
not meaning any disrespect there. That sounds dangerously close to you're about to send fire at me, so I can channel it into this.
No, this is going to. I mean, it's attacked us
alright.
every time we interact with it, but
Just making sure.
what should happen is you'll be able to absorb it. You'll be able to absorb the fire, and then the next time that you use your weapon, you can hit it with fire. That's the best I can do, unless anybody else has suggestions. I also did purposely have the dispel magic spell in memory. I could attempt that on the center if we want, but I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's going to.
Could we just try non-magical fire?
We have a candle.
Oh, and I have torches in my backpack in your bag.
Have torch.
We certainly can, but I think that if we're going to do that, perhaps we should try to figure out what order we're doing everything in first.
I unfortunately have no elemental energy close to this stuff, so
Think should try fire first. It's good for cooking.
It is good for cooking.
Where the fuck did we find this guy?
In the forest.
That was the
And we
wrong
kept
forest,
him.
bro.
And we kept him.
We could also just see what happens if we try a non-magical method of moving the stone.
We did try that.
That was
Touching it. Yeah, touching it.
not
makes it-
the tiles, the actual gem. If we all back up and then try and affect it non-magically, see what happens.
Gortok will raise a hand and go,
Want shoot?
It seems too easy.
Sometimes magic people don't think about people without magic.
Can shoot from really far.
I mean, we could always try it. At worst, what? It shoots elemental pain at us, so is everything else.
Well, no, at worst it explodes and then
or it breaks.
right. That's
If
I don't
it-
want to damage it.
If it breaks that easily, it was probably a poor gem to start with.
And we're still stuck without a way to get to our goal. So
This is true.
Why don't we try one of our first theories? I think that maybe Gartok's right. We can do the torch on the flame one and see what happens. Maybe it's looking for that source, but we need to be careful because it might just give it more power and make it harm you more.
Well, we have a good healer. She steps a little bit closer to Ulrich.
he starts looking over his shoulder. Where's he at?
All right. Do you want to try the torch or would you like me to?
I'll need the torch, and either one of you to light it, or also my tinderbox.
Yeah, I'll pull out the tinderbox and the torch and hand
I
it
will
to her.
go over and take them.
And
I'm
then
not going to bother
okay.
putting them in my inventory.
Yeah, that's fine.
I will take a step back and light the torch, just to be ready.
Okay, you light the torch.
Okay, are we doing torch first?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and take a step forward. I'm going to keep an eye on the flame of the torch to see if it does anything as I go closer to the fire. That's my first thing, and then, depending on that, I'm going to try and touch the tile with the torch.
Okay, so you gently kind of touch the flames of the torch down to the tile. You feel as if you notice the tile like shudder momentarily, but nothing happens.
It moved.
Okay, it didn't hurt you though. That's good.
Nope.
Emig, maybe you first, and then we have Sybil put the torch back on.
I'm going to take a couple steps back again.
I don't have anything inherently ice. Just the powers that my tentacle have, and that would require it to attack. We can try, if we're okay with this course of action.
That's my only way to do the acid as well. I'd have to attack it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and summon Little TT.
Okay, give me one moment.
Is it little or big TT? There's two of them.
I think Big TT is probably attached to my patron.
While the summoning is
Yeah, trust me, you don't want
happening,
big TT down here.
Heard you talking
Winnie?
shit.
I seem to remember seeing stones, gems that this group had before that contained elementals. Is that something still possessed?
No,
Either.
those are.
All right, I'm gonna pause everybody really quickly. Bloodmane said he was summoning this thing, and it does require it only lasts for 1 minute, so we are going to go into initiative order at this time. Okay, so because he can only use this once per long rest, this is a very important thing here. Give me a moment. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so we are, Alright, so, no more conversing. Bloodmane said he was activating the skill. The skill is officially activated. There are 10 turns that are capable of utilizing this method, and we will keep it like that until further notice. So, Bloodmane, you conjure the you conjure the tentacle. It rises up and out of the ground and begins to flail around expectingly. It is your turn. What would you like to do, sir?
I'd like to have it touch the tile, and if it's an attack roll, I can have it do an attack roll and use its inherent cold damage.
Absolutely understood. Go ahead and give me that attack roll, and then just make sure that you mark off the skill as well. And just for transparency, because this thing is an inert object, we're just looking for an 8 to hit, so... Okay, 11. It does hit. Go ahead and give me the damage. The cold damage. Okay, so the tentacle comes down, hits it, and as it does, there's a burst of cold energy that kind of comes out and then reabsorbs into the tile, unlike anything you have seen up until this point. The tile begins to glow from the bottom, like facing out towards you, up towards the center of the like the diamond point that's facing in towards the gem in the middle, but it only goes up a little bit. Next, Sybil. Anything? It's okay to pass, by the way.
Oh, we need more. Winnie, I'm probably going to need you for this, but she's just gonna step forward just in case Winnie tells her to do a thing. And that's really it.
All right, Winnie.
Okay.
By the way, just for clarification, even though we're not in a combat order, because we are still in initiative order, each round will be considered all normal action economy. You get your verbal, your environmental, your attack, bonus, reaction, all that shit.
Okay.
And movement.
Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Winnie will say, "You're gonna have to hit it with the torch. I was wrong about that spell." And then step up here. And since Sybil didn't hit her, she's not gonna do anything. So I'm just gonna wait.
Okay. Ulrich, anything?
I'm going to use my bonus action to use the sorcerer feature of using unearthly wings to give myself a set of wings and a 30-foot fly speed, and then just get like 5 feet off the ground just in case I need to jump somewhere quickly.
Okay, and you can use that. That's unlimited, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not even going to put a timer on it. I just threw the little wing icon on you. So you guys see Ulrich's kind of perks up, and the wings, instead of these, these are more material than his spectral wings, which come out without him willingly doing it. But as he does it, you see he kind of takes a look and kind of watches over you guys at this point. Gartok, anything?
Yeah, so he knows they said they're going to go in order, and he understands that. He is, however, going to, like, pull out his bow and kind of step back to where he is now from the crystal, and then just kind of... The electricity will kind of just ricochet off of his armor, and then he'll take, like, this deep breath on, like, his arrow as he's aiming it, and that arrow will turn into lightning, and I'm going to use a bonus action to use lightning arrow.
All right, perfect.
Which is a concentration up to a minute. I'm not going to fire it yet. And then I will hold my action until Winnie says to fire the arrow, and he's going to go,
"Say when fire."
But there's this literal bolt of lightning in his bow right now.
All right. Round 2. Bloodmane. All right, 11 hits for 4 cold damage. Again, you see now it strikes, and the glowing portion of the tile creeps higher past the center point of the tile, but not quite at the tail end of the situation here. Anything else, Bloodmane?
That is all.
All right, Sybil.
I am going to... I don't know if I can, but I would like to ready to hit this thing with the torch for if the glowing reaches the end of the tile on Bloodbane's. If not, that's fine, and I can just wait.
Yeah, I mean, it
might be better just to wait.
I think, well, I mean, you can hold the action, but we're not in combat order, so holding a combat action in a non-combat order it's just going to cycle back to the beginning of him anyways. Like, he's done with his actions now, so...
Okay, then I'm just kind of waiting until that point then.
Understood. Winnie?
Yeah, I think I'm waiting too.
Okay. Ulrich?
Yep, I'm keeping an eye on stuff.
Understood. Gartok?
I have not received my order, so I shall keep waiting.
Alright, round 3, Bloodmane. 21 absolutely hits. 7 points of cold damage. So at this point, the tentacle comes down, it slaps the top of the, tile. The tile's glow, continues to the very end, and in the center, if you guys zoom in really closely, you can see in the center of the gem, in the center of the tile, it looks like there's a gem. It's not actually a gem, it's just a little circular portion that's carved out. That, boom, vibrates and flashes to life, in almost like this, red hue. The tile rotates 180 degrees, and you hear a click. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Alright, Sybil?
I guess I'm gonna hit it with the torch.
Okay.
Hope. I'm gonna try and get all the fire from the torch into this thing if I can.
Yeah, so are you... Okay, let me ask you this. Are you slamming the top of the tile with a lit torch, or are you holding flame to it to deal continual fire damage?
Yeah, we're gonna hold the thing to it there.
Okay, understood. So you hold the flame to it. Alright, and you see... as that is happening, there is a small glow that begins to click, kind of come forward on the tile, but it's like a very microscopic portion at the bottom.
I might need more fire.
Okay, Winnie.
Since we're trying to do this in order, I guess... Yeah, I guess I'm gonna wait for now.
Okay. Ulrich?
Best I could do is... No, that's radiant damage. Never mind. Yeah. I got nothing, so I'm gonna wait and see.
Gartok.
I'm gonna have my arrow ready. I have it for a minute. So.
Understood. Bloodmane, anything?
I suppose I'm gonna try to also get a torch lit, and sidle up next to Sybil.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that you can use your action to get everything out of the bag, and then you can use your environmental action to strike and light the torch. Okay. Sybil, still holding the flame?
Yup.
Alright. So that's another 1. So, again, just another little tiny minuscule portion. Bloop. Winnie?
I don't even have another torch. I have a candle and that's it.
There should be torches for my backpack in the bag. Because
Oh,
I
I forgot
had
about
10
your
torches.
backpack,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Winnie would pull out a torch and walk over to try to help with this really fast. Light her torch and just be prepared to try to touch it to the gem next time around.
Okay, and everybody using a torch, please make sure you mark a torch out of your inventory.
Winnie, that's gonna be
Ulrich?
you.
I'm gonna move over to Winnie and be like, I can take the torch if you want to stand by your area.
Okay,
And then-
Gartok. Winnie, you can hand it to him if you want to.
Okay, yeah, I would.
Okay, so we'll say that you are now holding that torch. Gartok, sorry.
Yeah, so seeing everyone gather there, I think Gartok's gonna make his way over as well, because he has torches. Because there is just concentration, he doesn't need to actually fire it.
Okay. Bloodmane?
I am going to touch my torch to it, and I don't know. I'm kind of looking at my control flames here. I'm wondering if I can make my torch flame kind of leap up out of this thing onto the tile. It might need some sort of fuel source. I'm not entirely sure. In which case we have Gartok, so we'll just throw him up there.
Okay, so you can either instantaneously expand the flame 5 feet in one direction, provided that wood or other fuel is present in the new location. You instantly extinguish a flame within the 5-foot cube. You double or halve the area of brightness, change its color, or both. Or you can create shapes. What would you like to do?
Can I place my torch at the far end of that tile and use the torch itself as a fuel source? Or if I need to, I can take another torch out and place it on there and try to make it leap from one to the other so it's actually covered in flame rather than just like a corner of it.
Yeah, that would have to be the direction you'd have to go, because the way that it reads is that you need to have a fuel source present at the location you're making the fire jump to. So yeah, if you want to just pull another torch out and lay it on top, then you can control the flame to leap from the torch you're holding to the torch that is now on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll remove that from my inventory.
Excellent. So it's kind of wild. You guys see him pull a blank torch out, set it kind of like on top of the tile, and then he says this. Actually, he doesn't say shit. It's just a somatic component. So he like waves his hand over the top of the torch, and you see this small bubble form around the flame of the torch that he then removes from the torch and throws into the torch on top of the tile, which then immediately ignites it. It's pretty fucking cool.
Is the tile lighting up anymore at this point?
Yeah, it's continuing to go. He just dealt, actually, hang on, let me see where that last roll was. That was a 3. So yeah, it is continuing to progress, but it is nowhere near the halfway point.
Okay.
Alright, next, Sybil. Flame, I'm guessing.
Let there be fire.
Alright, so that is a couple more points. Winnie. You've just finished handing the torch to Ulrich?
Yeah. So Winnie actually is going to cast Absorb Elements on herself.
Okay.
And then touch the flame tile.
You touch the flame tile?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So what I need is for everybody in the party to make an intelligence saving throw.
Sorry, guys.
Oh no.
Oh, whoops, it's a +5 to mine. I won't roll again, but...
No, it's fine. Oh, what was that? Just
I
an
did a
intelligence
straight...
check?
Yeah,
oh,
but,
okay.
But I have a +5 to my saving throw.
Understood. Okay. Alright, so... let's see. Sybil, failure. Ulrich, failure. Winnie, success. Gartok, everybody else failed except Winnie. So Winnie, you take... So everybody in the group... So as Winnie touches the tile, there is an audible click and a shift. The glowing out of both of the tiles completely vanishes. The cold tile raises up, spins 180 degrees, and clicks back into place. Everybody takes 15 points of psychic damage as there is a screech that rattles throughout your skull. Except, Winnie, you succeeded, so you take 7 points of psychic damage. And the entirety of this situation seems to have reset. Anything else, Winnie?
No, I think I did.
Actually, Winnie, how does Absorb Element... Because Absorb Elements is a reaction, so you cast it on yourself, but it's anytime it hits you this turn. So is it any damage or just a specific elemental damage?
So I think... So it's... the way that it reads is the spell captures some of the incoming energy, lessening its effect on you and storing it for your next melee attack.
Okay, you didn't answer what I asked, so let me just look
You
it up
have
myself.
resistance to the triggering damage type until the start of your next turn. Also, the first time you hit with a melee attack on your next turn, the target takes an extra 1d6 damage of triggering type and the spell ends. Oh, one reaction which you take when you take acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. So it would be my reaction to taking the fire damage.
Right, which you would have taken anyways from touching the tile. So that's what that's why I was trying to figure out if it was specific, because I wanted to see what triggered first, the psychic or the fire.
Oh,
because I see what you were trying to
Yeah.
do. I understand the idea that you had, like, I'm following your train of thought, but I'm just making sure I have the order of operations correct so nothing gets popped.
Right.
But it's from the fire damage, as that would be the initial triggering thing. So, but you saved, so you still only take half of the psychic damage. So
Okay.
just bear with me for one moment, because I understand what you were doing. So you do gain resistance to fire. meaning that you only take 5 points of fire damage instead of the 11, and then
Okay.
you do feel there is a charge of energy in your hands until I believe it was the end of your next turn. Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. So, Ed, do you have anything else that you'd like to do?
I can't.
Sorry about the confusion there. I just
No,
want to make sure
that's-
I had it right.
Yeah. No, I can't do anything else right now. She's probably panicking. So.
Okay, so Ulrich. And guys, make sure that you're just updating your HP for me, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the torch and get ready to put it back on the fire one once Bloodmane slaps it again.
Slappity.
Slappity.
All right, Gartok.
Gartok is gonna 5, 10, 15.
Actually, I need Gartok to make a Constitution saving throw, please, because you are
that's
concentrating
true,
on Lightning
yeah.
Arrow. Your DC is 10. Hey, there you go. You're so
I
concentrated.
got really concerned because that slid on a 7 for so long.
It gets you like that. All right. Anything else? Anything, Gartok?
I can't actually reach it yet, but I think he'll take out his torch as well.
Okay.
Get ready to light it.
All right. Back to the top. Bloodmane. Bloodmane, you got 6 turns remaining on your tentacle.
Yeah, I'm going to use the tentacle to do its thing.
.23 absolutely hits for 4 points of cold damage. Okay, so the glowing portion goes up to just under halfway. Sybil? Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else, Bloodmane?
No.
Okay. Sybil?
Waiting.
Winnie?
Ugh. Just fucking undid everything. I guess when he... Well, after everybody getting injured like that, sorry, I'm just trying to think through. The numbers probably fucking mean something, so I guess when he's not gonna do anything.
Okay. Ulrich?
Waiting.
Understood. Gartok?
Since we're waiting for Bloodmane to light up the other one again, he'll at least move in range of the torch, which I think, hope that's in range, and light his torch.
Okay. Understood. Back to the top. Bloodmane. 17 hits, absolutely. 7. Alright, so... The remainder of the tiles glow. And then there's the shift. Spins 180 degrees. Remains lit.
Let there be fire.
Okay, give me just 1 second, because there is still a burning torch on top of that tile, so it is going to take a little bit of damage. And then it's also going to take damage from the torch from Sybil. Okay, got it, understood.
That's actually a really important question. There was a burning torch on it. Did it look like it was lighting up at all before the other tile was done?
It happened so fast that there wasn't really time to react, because he did it in less than
Okay.
12 seconds.
That's a good question.
But it is a good question. Okay, so. Alright, Sybil, it takes a little bit of damage. Anything else?
Nope.
Winnie?
Winnie's gonna step the fuck away with her hands in the air and go back to her station. And then wait.
Alright. Ulrich?
I'll move up and try and get some more fire on this tile with my torch.
Understood. Okay, a little bit of damage goes to it. Gartok.
My second verse is the same as Ulrich's first. I will
Alright.
burn the torch on the thing.
Alright, understood. It takes a little bit more damage. It is still under halfway. Back to the top, Bloodmane.
I will hold a torch to it and try to manipulate the flames to engulf it in that 5-foot square.
Excellent. So, as you control the flame into the burning torch that's already on it, it takes double damage, which puts it to just a hair above half of the torch being, or of the, tile being lit up. Alright. Sybil?
I am going to see if Gartok will give me that torch, if I can take that one from him and do 2 torches.
Gartok does not relent.
That's fair. He's close enough, so I figured I was gonna see, because if we could get more torches, that was my idea.
Okay, so you touch one
Otherwise,
torch.
Yep.
Alright, it looks like it's at about 3/4 at this point, glowing. Winnie.
I'm just gonna wait.
Alright, Ulrich
More fire.
and Gartok.
More fire.
Alright, fire, fire. Here we go. Alright, and it is Gartok's torch that takes it over the edge. And the tile with the final bit of flame burns away completely. The torch that's there, leaving it literally just ash on top of the tile. The tile rises up, spins 180 degrees, and sets.
Right. Okay, so before we move on to Bloodmane's turn again. Okay, there we go. Gartok will move, seeing as he did that. If I move here, can I see the lightning thing, or do I move back around?
No, you have to move down to in front of it. They're all laying flush to the rock.
Alright. He's gonna start moving down.
Understood. Alright. So, then we go to the top. Bloodmane.
Bloodmane will move down. Let's see. Down to there, and he'll also move the tentacle down to the lightning one.
Okay. How far does it move? 20 feet?
I believe. Let me double check. I don't
I'm pretty
wanna
sure
throw
it's
a number out there.
Yeah, it's alright. I'm pretty sure it's either 20 or 15, so... but either way, it's noted. You begin to move everything into position. Alright, Sybil.
Nope, I'm just waiting.
Winnie.
Okay, now Winnie is going to use Primal Savagery on this tile.
Understood. $13 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Understood. It is still very much under half.
Okay.
But it does, as the claws rake across the top of the tile, due to the nature of the coating of your claws, the acid just kind of pours off, kind of like if you were to take long, nasty, gnarly claws and feed them into a belt sander. You just watch the claws dissolve into a streak of acid, and the acid absorbs as the tile begins to glow green from the bottom inward, or from the west side inward, excuse me. Anything else?
No, that's all I could do.
Alright, Ulrich.
I'm just gonna get a little closer just in case something happens.
Understood. Gartok.
Right. So Gartok's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 over there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I see it from here, or do I need to continue?
So you'll need to be probably right about here in order to see it. Again, it's laying flush, and there is a tentacle that's like 10 feet long, kind of waving up in front of it, so you can't see a whole lot of it.
Perfect. Thanks.
Alright. Back to the top.
Dash.
You can dash if you want to. I don't give a shit.
no, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
it's
dash.
just like a combat round. Just so you know, there are 2 rounds left on the tentacle and the lightning arrow. All right, back to the top. Bloodmane.
I am going to, just hang out.
Okay. Sybil.
Waiting.
Understood. Winnie.
I'm going to use Primal Savagery again.
Fuck yeah. I'm all about that savage.
19.
Savage. Yep, 19 hits.
Oh, that was a good one.
Holy shit, 25. Fuck, Jesus fucking Christ.
It's 3d10
Oh
at
my
this
god,
level.
3d10. Fuck me. Well, that takes it well over the fucking necessary points. You take it from like less than just shy of less than a quarter, and then it just goes, and then there's like the little red thing in the middle, spins 180 degrees, click, and yeah, that happens.
Thank you.
Ulrich?
Waiting.
Gartok, now's your time to shine, baby.
Yeah, okay, so he's gonna aim this arrow. And then he's just gonna let it, just lightning bolt, just zoom towards the object.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a ranged weapon attack.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. And then go ahead and roll 4d8.
That's very ass rolls, but... Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so we've got, oh, that's weird. Why did it roll it like that? What's the extra lightning damage for?
Oh, it's the 2d8 that happens to everything around it, because it's like a...
Oh, okay. I was like, no, yeah, so it's not 23, because
It's 18.
Yeah, it's 18. Okay. But yeah, everybody else around it's fine. Okay, so it takes 18 points. It is still under half, but very barely. But the, yeah, so it rockets forward, hits. You guys see the tablet shudders, and then all of the energy as it's bursting outward just collapses back in on the tile.
the arrow then returns to normal and
That is
off in the distance.
That is correct. So okay, one round on the tentacle, and it is Bloodmane's turn.
I'd like to use this tentacle, only have it do lightning damage on this attack instead.
Okay. So it smashes into it successfully and deals an additional 2 points of lightning damage. And you guys see that with that 2 points, it does click to the halfway point. All right, Sybil.
Waiting.
Understood. Winnie.
Waiting.
Ulrich.
I think I'll wait.
And Gartok.
Well, Gartok's gonna look pretty tired from the shot, and he's gonna say,
Should use again. Can do one more.
and then he'll wait for a response.
Okay. Back to the top. The tentacle vanishes. Bloodmane.
Yeah, that's, let's see. Do you know off the top? I'm trying to find it here. Thunder Wave, is that force damage?
It's thunder damage.
Yeah, it's thunder damage.
Right, well. Thunder and lightning are the same for this purpose, right?
Sure, go ahead and roll damage.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
It's on you, Gartok.
Sybil.
Yes, Gartok. Shoot it again.
Winnie.
Nodding.
Ulrich.
It's also nodding.
Gartok.
Well, he's got his answer. So I hope this does enough damage, because otherwise I'm out.
Alright, Gartok, so you whisper the incantation and cause the arrow knocked on your bowstring to ripple with electrical energy. Go ahead and take your shot. $20 hits. $19. So the lightning hits. There is this ripple of energy across it. And you swear just from the first glance that it's done. Like, it should be done. And then you squint your eyes and it's like 1% shy of being complete. And Gartok, that is it for your turn. Back to the top, Bloodmane.
I got nothing.
Sybil.
Not even a carpet I can rub my feet on. Nothing.
Winnie.
I'm just making sure I have nothing. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I have anything either.
Okay.
Do we have any items hanging out in the bag?
That's what I've been looking through like this whole time.
Okay.
Ulrich.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Gartok.
I don't have sorcery points to make a new spell slot, so I'm out.
Can't do more.
Okay, we shift back to the top without taking damage this round. You guys see the tile begin to vibrate violently. Bloodmane.
I'm looking. I'm still not seeing anything here. Yeah, I don't want to undo everything we've already done, so I'm going to, I'm gonna pass on this one.
Sybil.
I have absolutely nothing.
Winnie.
So you said we saw it like starting to undo.
No, I didn't say it was undoing anything. It is vibrating violently.
I see. Okay.
And it happened in the 6-second period it stopped taking damage.
I guess Winnie will just say, do we just do damage instead of touching it? And she'll move a little bit closer.
Okay. Ulrich.
So it's a long shot. The only thing I could tactically do that could generate lightning damage is use the prismatic spray scroll, but then it's just throwing caution to the wind. It could be anything. And that'll be, I'm not going to take an action.
Understood. You are right about that. I think, yeah, there is a chance that, yeah, lightning is a possibility. Okay. Gartok.
I have an idea.
Hi, Gartok. It's your turn.
It is. The problem is, I don't know if Gartok would know this. So Gartok's dragon, like scimitar, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's metal, right?
Yeah, scimitars are metal. Yep.
Okay. I don't know if Gartok knows how conductive metal is or not.
I will let you determine that based on your character's intelligence.
Can I make an intelligence check?
Absolutely, you can. Yeah, I mean, On the rare chance you guys in the jungle get caught in a really nasty lightning storm, typhoon hybrid, those carrying long spears typically die first.
Okay, and I think he knows that. So he's gonna run in. 5, 10, 15. He's gonna plot his scimitar, and he's gonna grab the orb, and then as he gets electrocuted, he wants to put the scimitar against the orb to channel the electricity back.
Okay. So, give me 1 second. I need everyone to roll intelligence saving throws, please. Oof. Okay, so, Gartok, you are electrocuted, and you take 20 reduced because of your blue dragon armor to 10 points of electricity damage. And as that happens, the second your hand touches the stone, the lightning damage kind of like rockets up and into you, causing you to kind of seize up. And as you bring the scimitar in, the other 3 stones rise up, spin 180 degrees, and the entire thing resets. Those of you who failed the saving throw, which was Gartok, Bloodmane, and Winnie, you take 20 points of psychic damage. The other 2 who succeeded take 10 points of psychic damage. And Bloodmane and Gartok, since you have both failed both of these, you begin to feel extremely exhausted. You're not at that point, but your brains cannot take much more of this. And that happens. Okay, so we're going to leave turn order since this is completely reset. What would you guys like to do?
I think maybe we try just regular damage on these. Just do it in the right order.
Sorry.
No, it's Gartok. It's fine. I mean, it was better than doing nothing. Cause maybe we just start on ice. Just, I'll do it. She's gonna walk over.
We're all gonna get hit with it. I can't take it again. I'm starting to lose my energy very quickly every time that happens.
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna hit it.
Feeling tired. Almost.
So what do we do then?
We could always go back and ask Berdicio, hey, do you have a bunch of elemental shit that we can have?
I don't know how long this will stay this way. Or if it will stay this way at all once we walk away. We also don't have another...
No, but we're still we're in the grove, right?
We are, but I don't know anything about this. I can't guarantee it's going to stay here.
Potentially send him a message and ask him to come here while we're trying things.
Winnie, that is true, and you know that you can, because you're here, you can cast Animal Messenger at any time with, 0% chance of failure. Just for the record, what I will also tell you is that being the Archdruid of this grove, this thing's presence has been corrupting the fuck out of the grove since the second you put the gem inside of that gate. The second. And every second it remains here, it begins to blister and warp the area around you aggressively. Being a place of pure, unadulterated balance, the chaos that is coming out of this thing is literally like a volcano coming down the side of a fucking green mountain.
Well, whatever we're doing, we need to do it quickly because this isn't helping the grove.
Okay, so send a message, get him on his way here, and we can try attacking it. Have 2 planes going at once.
So I'll like step away from this as far away as I can and try to do the animal messenger.
Okay. So you summon a bird down from one of the trees, and you perform the animal messenger incantation.
Okay, so because the last time that I tried this, I don't think I actually had animal messenger capabilities, so I had to like do sign language and stuff. Am I just like speaking with this thing?
Yeah, it's druidic. You can speak to any animal in druidic.
So I need you to go back to the middle of the grove and find the short man with the tall black hat who sometimes has a rat with him. Tell him, well, try to get him to follow you, I guess. I don't know if he'll... If you can talk to the rat, maybe have the rat tell him we need elemental potions or vials of ice, fire, acid, or lightning.
The bird kind of nods, it squawks a few things, and I rolled a nat 20 for its intelligence check to see if it was understanding you, and it says to you, it happens to be a magpie, and it says out loud in common, "Yes! Understand!" And boom, you guys hear it, and it flies literally just like a fucking bolt of lightning into the grove.
Winnie kind of turns to the group and just shrugs, and then I'll try to do damage to this one.
Okay, with what?
Well, that was Winnie talking. I
understand. I'm just asking, like, what is your guys' plan here? What are you dealing damage? Because I know you talked about just dealing damage, so...
Should I use my spear?
Let me shoot.
Can you shoot it with is it magic if you're shooting from your bow?
Can use other bow.
Okay. I think that it will have to be magical at the very least. Emig, you said that
Use magic.
Emig, you said that you're I don't know what to do to help with that.
I guess I'll move around and like pull out my magic bow.
Okay.
I guess take aim and then look at when he should shoot. The gold one.
Yeah, when he's kind of looking around at everybody to see if...
I mean, we gotta try something.
Do it.
Okay, let it go. Just shoot.
Alright, go ahead and give me an attack roll. Holy shit, nat 20, fucking awesome. Yeah, go ahead and, you don't even need to roll damage. You do definitely strike it spot on. As it hits, the exact trajectory that the arrow took from your bow to the tile immediately fills up with this, like, light blue energy. It then crystallizes and shatters into you, Gartok, dealing you 21 points of cold damage.
Garthok's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, he's past bloodied.
Ulrich, can you help Gartok? The only thing that I can think to do is constantly use absorb elements and just try to hit this thing myself with its own... It's going to use a lot of my resources to do that as well.
Well, how many times can you do absorb elements?
Well... If I use everything I have, I can do it 14 times.
If touch, not element, will redo.
So we have hit the official 5-minute mark from when the gate spun into existence. I need everyone to make an intelligence saving throw. Alright, so Gartok, Gartok is a failure. Bloodmane actually succeeds. Ulrich, you fail 1. Winnie and Sybil, you both actually succeed. So that pulls you out of that. Gartok, this is your 3rd failure in a row. You suffer a level of exhaustion, and you take 11 points of psychic damage. Everybody else takes 5 points of psychic damage. And what happens is the orb in the middle begins to spin slowly, and you see the crystal inside vibrating, and then there is this, like, boom, and then it settles down, but that whoom creates this wave of energy that kind of washes over everyone. Alright, Ulrich, you were in the process of doing some healing stuff. What are you doing along that line?
I'm going to drop a 4th level Cure Wounds into Gartok.
Understood. Go ahead and roll.
I'm going to spend... I got 2 1s, so I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to reroll those 2 1s. So right now it's a 13, then we roll 2 more d8.
Perfect. So you see Ulrich beginning to manipulate the magic that is spilling out of his hands. He kind of begins to reweave it. Oh, beautiful. 20
No,
even.
20.
So 20 points of healing.
At least past bloodied now. Barely. But Gartok looks tired.
Yeah, so the pulse goes off, Gartok kind of winces, and as he looks up, you see that blood is pooling in the corners of his eyes, and you see that his left nostril is now slowly dripping blood actively. And he is kind of like nodding off and shaking his head and kind of like trying to get himself pepped up, but it looks like he's got a really, really horrific hangover. Anybody else want to do anything?
My only idea is to wash the entire thing over in a prismatic spray and hope all the right beams hit the right places at the right time.
That's a fucking plan for sure. Imagine if that panned out the way it panned out. Holy shit. I would be like, okay, that's it. Campaign over. Good job. This was the last puzzle. You guys win.
You guys win.
World Breaker explodes.
In such a way that the World Breaker explodes up, yeah.
Yeah, it just refracts all of the prismatic beams into one giant energy that just, like, nukes the fucking World Breaker.
That's
Tell me how the World Breaker.
That's what that concerning 100 on the percentile was for.
No, that actually... No, trust me, I wish it was that. It was way cooler than that. Anything else?
I guess not until we hear back. I mean...
Bloodmane, can you get any... Not Bloodmane, she wouldn't say that. She'd say, Emig, can you get any... anything? From
like
your
help,
patron?
you mean?
No, anything at this point from your patron.
Answer questions, but we already know what needs to be done here.
Winnie, just so you're aware, with the distance from here to the center of the grove, for somebody who the grove will not open for, naturally it's going to take him at minimum, if he knows exactly how to get here, or if he's led by the magpie, at minimum one way 20 minutes.
Am I able to, like, make the grove allow him through, so that way...
You can sense his presence, but you cannot impart upon the grove the ability to move the way that you move through it. It moves because of your presence. It instinctually moves to everybody else's presence for your protection. And it does not deviate from that unless you were the one actually leading him, which would, like, you know, reduce the entire travel by 15 minutes, meaning it would only be a 5-minute trip. You would have to personally be there because it only moves to you are the key. You are the Archdruid.
It's gonna take Radicchio at least 20 minutes to get here, unless I go get him.
Fuck. Can the grove... I don't know. Can the grove make elements Can you make it do other things? Weather effects, lightning that way?
I don't think I've never tried that, but it doesn't feel like I have that kind of control. What I can do is make Rodicio's trip faster by getting him outside of that. But I don't really want to leave everybody here if it's going to keep exploding like that every 5 minutes. So what do you guys want me to do here?
I don't know if we have another option at the moment.
Winnie, just so you know, because you do have total control, and we did discuss this when the Grove was first created, but it's been a while since you've needed it. The only thing that you can do while you're here is that you, all birds and mammals can speak Common and Elven, and they are suspicious of strangers, but they are very friendly to you. All nuts, fruits, and vegetables that are grown naturally here count as a good berry, but immediately lose that effect if they leave. And all roads, trails inside of here never last more than a day, except for people who you deem allies, in which case it will still remain open, but it will not move completely out of their way for them. Okay. They just have a trail.
And I know that spells came with it too, but I believe it was only like reincarnating.
Spells came with it, but you've never spent time getting those spells.
Right.
Because remember, it required downtime in order for you to gain the ability to utilize those spells. Right.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna run and grab Rodicio.
Can you turn into something faster than you to get to him faster?
I can, but then we're using more resources. We've already used quite a lot before even getting in there.
Yeah, you know that if for you to get there, have a conversation with him and get back should take you no more than 10 minutes.
It should be about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go.
It's all we got. It's all we got. Go.
Okay. Right. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna do we're gonna do this and then we're gonna end. Okay. So 5 minutes out, you approach Rodicio. Okay. At the 5 minute mark, I need Ulrich, Sybil, Bloodmane, and Gartok to make intelligence saving throws, please. Actually, Winnie, you make it too, because you are connected to this grove deeper than any of these fucking people.
I'm going to also use the Chosen of the Gods to add to my save.
Okay, go ahead and add your 2d4. Alright, holy shit, 6. Ulrich, that is a success, which resets your failures. Gartok, you've already failed 3. Oh, you fail another one. Okay. Winnie, that is a success. Sybil, Bloodmane, that's a success. Sybil, that is a failure. Okay, so, the successes, which is everybody except for Gartok and Sybil, you will only take 5 points of psychic damage, and Gartok and Sybil, you take 11 points of psychic damage. Okay, so, very sake of brevity and quick point here. Winnie, you get to Rodicio. He is in the process of putting together a backpack, and he is loading vials into it as you approach him. He looks up and he kind of says, I did not realize you were going to be back. You sent it... Where the hell did that magpie go?
Oh, probably bird things. I can take the backpack if you want. It might be safer. I don't necessarily want to.
Okay, no, that's fine. You take. Everything is listed. I put in there what the bird told me. You take it and do it. I understand. Trust me. I will see the vials missing. Okay, make sure you drink everything in the contents. Bye-bye.
Okay. So Winnie's going to hoof it back then.
Okay, so when he hoofs it back to the Grove Center, I need everybody to make another intelligence saving throw for the next 5 minutes. That requires her to get back.
The dice do not like me today.
How do you think I feel? I have a +7. Oh no, Bloodmane.
Okay, Winnie, that's a success. Ulrich, that is a failure. Gartok, failure. Sybil, failure. And, well, Bloodmane. I mean, I don't need to say much about that. Winnie, you did succeed. Oops, Gartok, that is back to the beginning. Okay. So, failures. Bloodmane, Sybil, Gartok. You take 24 points of psychic damage. Nope, no you don't. No you don't. Hang on. back that up. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys, I'm sorry, you take 20 points. I accidentally rolled an extra d6. You take 20 points of psychic damage, and my successes, you take 10 points of psychic damage. But Winnie does finally arrive back in the Grove Center.
That was my third failure. Do I take a level of exhaustion?
No, it has to be in a row.
Okay.
When you succeed, you over... Yeah, which is
You
why
reset it.
Lucy's the only one who has taken that shit stick. But yeah, you're good, you're good.
Yeah, once Winnie gets back, she would kneel down and open the backpack.
So all of the potions are listed. Every flavor of the fucking rainbow, potions of resistance.
That's what he had.
But everything. I mean, psychic, necrotic, force, thunder, the weird shit, fire, ice, lightning. But it is, I mean, and it's heavy. There's probably 40 vials in here.
It's all just protection.
And we are going to go ahead and end today's session on the note of protection. Alright, guys. You got a couple weeks to think about how the hell you're going to go about this. Or if you're going to go about this. I mean, I don't know. I've seen Gartok eye in that lava. About to cook and eat himself.
It seems like the best option at this point.
Alright. That was a very fast 4 hours.
It was.
It was very fast.
Alright, before we end, any questions, comments, clarifications?
Clarification, how concerned should we be?
Very.
Noted.
I have a question. How dare you?
Boy, you guys were real close, though. You were literally 1 fucking hit point away from that whole thing
And I
just
knew it,
being
too.
done. It was literally 1. I was like, Jesus
We
Christ,
saw it
come
when
on.
the 19 came up. I was like,
Also, when did you unmemorize Call Lightning? Because I
when
checked...
we did our long
I
rest.
swear to God, I checked midweek as I was writing the puzzle structure, and I was like, thank fucking God. We've got
It was
plenty...
literally-
I said to myself, we've got plenty of elements here. The DM doesn't have to worry. And then I was like, you took a long rest.
It was literally during this session. I took a long rest and I got Dispel Magic instead of Call Lightning because I figured that was probably going to be more useful. So,
Well, here we are. And we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Thank you all very much for hanging out and playing. Let's see, just so you know, I'm looking at the timing here. So we'll be picking up in 2 weeks on Jury the 29th at 9:15 a.m.
It's so unfortunate. I rolled so bad on those lightning arrows, man.
I mean,
All you needed was 1 point, man. 1 point.
I mean,
if I wouldn't have
16 average.
unmemorized Call Lightning, we could have probably.
Yeah, for you absolutely 100% would have had. I didn't build a puzzle or anything around what you guys had, but I made sure that it was doable of what I was asking based on what I saw. So the fact that there was a spell changed out like that was a fluke.
And I almost didn't do it, but I was like, well, we're going to go fight this fucking thing. I'm sure that Dispel Magic is going to be more useful.
Mm-hmm. All right, friends. We'll pick back up here in a couple of weeks, and then after that, we are moving on into March very quickly. So we'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thanks,
Have a good one.
guys.
Later.
Sorry.
All right, guys. We're gonna raid Apperjacks.
I know what
Not
you're-
your fault.
Oh, I
Thank you
almost
for
got
the
him through the window. That would have been
Yeah,
filthy.
thank you.
Coming back.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
You're loaded.
Alright.
All right, guys.
Yucky.
We're raiding Apperjacks in 5. We're going to go ahead and we'll be back this afternoon. Nerdy Knots and I are diving back into Enshrouded. We've got some housekeeping to do, some building to do, and some adventuring to do. Ta-ta for now, and we'll see you later.
Hit him.